We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Conditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched, but we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone. And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
run away. We come for better.
Broadcasting Corporation Television on Channel 31. Your headlines this are: AGI International Alumni induct 32 Christian brothers and sisters to end gospel poverty in Sierra Leone. Slbc uncovers challenges associated with single parenting in Sierra Leone. And Sierra Leone gets a Blue Economy Strategic Framework and National Action Plan documents. These stories and more plus sport and entertainment are all a part of this edition. Please stay with us if you can. Those were the airlines and now for the full newscast. We begin this hour with the AGI International Alumni, which has inducted 32 vibrant and energetic Christian brothers and sisters drawn from different churches and workplaces, aimed at ending gospel poverty in Sierra Leone. The induction ceremony does not only recognize their certification, but looks forward to seeing every person in Sierra Leone redeemed and transformed through the gospel of Jesus Christ. Cynthia Kamara reports.
I will add value to the organization by my life, by my utterances, by my action, all the days of my life. So help me God.
These new members have been inducted into AGI International Sierra Leone Alumni. The individuals drawn from different churches and workplaces include lecturers, engineers, and accountants, aimed at infusing their knowledge gained into society. After 5 days of hectic, spirit-filled, and empowered sessions, these 32 members have been identified as vibrant ambassadors that are expected to live a Christ-like life and become disciples to transform souls that are perishing across the country. Giving brief charge, AGI West Africa Regional Director Pastor Edwin George drew strength from Genesis 4 verse 8, the exploit of men and women being raised up to do the things of God. He admonished the graduates to stay connected, as that is the only way they can be contacted. The 5-day advanced leadership seminar was anchored on the basis of ending gospel poverty. Reverend Gadiu Basi, however, outlined 4 applicable objectives, which are discipline, prayer, reaching the next generation, and unbelievers. AGI Sierra Leone is committed to seeing every person in Sierra Leone redeemed and transformed through the gospel of Christ, says AGI President Olusola Jagade.
Strategies in the recruitment, 80% are those who are in the workplaces, maybe 20% for pastors. Equip them so that in their day-to-day, they are able to actually put to practice the issue of Christianity. When you talk about integrity, that's what Christians should be known for. When you talk about credibility, that's what Christians should be known for. When you talk about being able to produce results, that's what AGI should be known for. And that is what we are actually pushing. that everywhere we find ourselves, we must be an agent of change and putting an end to gospel poverty, bringing the best out of people so that we can have peace in the nation and at the end we get to heaven.
The induction also gave the platform for members to share their testimonies.
I learned a lot. My only prayer is that, Lord, don't let this sin be used against me.
So I've come to realize that if that vacuum is to be filled, what I have been impacted here with, no level of undergraduate degree, postgraduate degree is enough to what we've attained a few days. I would tell you I'm going back as a man filled with confidence, the zeal to spread the word of God.
Leadership, stewardship, discipline, and biblical mandates were among the 10 lessons taught throughout the course, aimed at not only recruiting youth into the things of God, but with the sole aim of ending gospel poverty in Sierra Leone. Haggai is an international institute represented across the world, aimed at not just preaching the gospel, but to bring a total change to the society.
Haggai International says,
yes to ending gospel poverty.
Cynthia Kamara reporting for Slbc News.
To Bama Methodist Church now, whose Women's Fellowship has held its Golden Jubilee celebrate Thanksgiving enrollment and induction service under the distinguished Grand Chief patronage of the Chief Minister Dr. David Monina Senge. The service, which was graced by other distinguished personalities, was a remarkable time to introduce the new executive, which has started full operations to transform the fellowship and the western districts of the Methodist Church Sierra Leone. Esther Susanet Basi has more.
With their motto, Women Builders Stand Firm for Jesus Christ, the Women's Fellowship of the Bama Methodist Church Sierra Leone, under an atmosphere of joyous celebrations, dedicated a special thanksgiving towards returning heartwarming gratitude to God for 5 decades of continual mercy and grace. The fellowship has served as a great institution in the church and for years has been an epitome worthy of emulation. Delivering the sermon on the theme, Pressing Forward, the preacher, Reverend Syrian John, encouraged the women to have a heavenly goal and be prepared to make progress. She called on them as mothers to focus on raising up their children in the way of the Lord and to do their utmost best to guide them against peer influence and pressure.
Pressing forward towards the mark so that I will attain higher heights. Then one and then a one way Paul will talk. But while we know say that word they get meaning in it to be set now.
Talking on the critical role women play in the development of the nation, the Chief Minister, Dr. David Senge, said it was a good thing that the women had worked tirelessly in the way of the Lord. He pledged support for the fellowship and the church in general, which, according to him, was a blossoming fountain of honor. Half a century on, the celebration was also a moment of reflection on the golden sacrifices by others, some of whom had passed.
Worship, the edifice itself, when it was presented to us during that time, some of us were thinking that it will be after we are gone, after we are passed. That will be the time when they will achieve their dream of having a structure like this. So for me to be alive to see this structure and to even participate in this 50-year celebration, I want to thank God.
And we want to appreciate God today because if we say the membership 50 years ago, they started 30 women. Today we are 120 and more. With our prayers and patience, steadfastness, we are able to tie this church. A budget of 250 million. It's all from our hard work. I want to say thanks to the executive, for standing by me, and to say thanks to God for making it happen.
In 1974, 20 women started the Bama Methodist Church Women's Fellowship, a milestone journey which has not only become a strong force to reckon with, but a source of motivation to the emerging generation. For SLBC, Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting.
And now, yesterday marked a significant occasion for the United Muslim Association Secondary School as they hosted their first Thanksgiving celebration in honor of their inaugural 50th anniversary. The event does not only highlight the school's remarkable journey over the past 5 decades, but also brings together students, alumni, and the community in a spirit of gratitude and unity. Our intern reporter, Esther Nene Kamara, reports.
The United Muslim Association Secondary School has grown tremendously since its establishment, providing countless alumni who have gone on to contribute to society. Over the years, it has become a beacon of hope for many young people in the country, providing a solid foundation for their future. The principal, Daniel Batilo Manga, said the celebration was not just about their past. Rather, it is a testament of their commitment to nurturing the values of respect, integrity, and excellence in their students.
We want to rebrand the school, because for far too long, this school has been behind. So at least we want the whole world to know that yes, UMass is a school that everybody can reckon with, and we can do it, and even better. So that is why we decided to organize such an event.
Board chairman of the school, Edward Fofikawa, said they are proud of the history and the positive impact the school have made on students' lives, adding that as they celebrate their 50th anniversary, they are reminded of their commitment to the excellence in education and the role they have played in shaping leaders.
More people will now know what UMass is all about, and people who have been shying away from UMass will tend to even move and come and join us in UMass. And we believe we have many products, but you see, because we have not been having such functions, we find it difficult to market them.
An alumnus of the school, Judge of the Court of Appeal of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Justice Alhaji Momoja Stevens, said being part of the school was a great transformative experience for him, noting he is grateful for the education he received and the values instilled in him.
Education is power. Education is everything. We are very delighted for this day, and the school, as you have heard, has produced several personalities. So we thank God for this day, that some of us went through that school, achieved our academic goals, proceeded to higher level, to higher institution. So we are very delighted.
The United Muslim Association Secondary School was established in September 1974 with the aim of propagating Islam and also promote formal education. For Slbc News Hour in Freetown, Esther Nene Kamara reporting.
This is News Hour, usually live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. You can also catch us live on Facebook at Slbc Tv Live. The news continues now with a look on mining and as well the quest for good parenting. Royalty has been given to 243 land-owning families by Gola Rainforest Conservation Limited by Guarantee in Kenema District. The landowners drawn from 7 chiefdoms in Kenema District received the sum of 56,000 United States dollars for the use of their lands. Safa Moriba compiled this report sent in our studio from Kenema District.
Shaka Musa Suare, Community Development and Livelihood Supervisor, Gola Rainforest Conservation Limited by Guarantee, he called on the community people of the national parks in the south and eastern regions to continue protecting the forests in their chiefdoms for their benefit and national development. He assured them of continuous community benefit as long as they continue conserving the forest.
For them to help the Gola Rainforest so that we can continue with the protection of the national park. And also to the community, let us continue in planting more trees. Let them continue to plant more food trees, more trees, so that will help in the protection and more addition of the forest.
The paramount chief of Gaura Chiefdom, PC Sandi Mohammed Bateka Kadi V, also Gola Rainforest Conservation Limited by Guarantee of his chiefdom continuous cooperation in conserving the forest, saying all the chiefdoms are still benefiting from Gola Rainforest Conservation Limited by Guarantee in the areas of education, health, infrastructure, and welfare. He promised to enforce the bylaws in Gaura Chiefdom in the protection of the forest.
To one of our airline stories now, raising children as single parents in Sierra Leone comes along with lots of socio-economic challenges. Government is yet to develop laws and policies that will provide direct cash support to single parents as it is done in developed countries. Our intern reporter Abdul Mansari takes the story and what are the dynamics of surrounding single parenting in the country. Let's find out.
Single parent Emma Sao Kalon has been residing in Black Hole Road community in the east end of Freetown for about 9 years now. 20-year-old Emma, a single mother of two, is preparing a local delicacy, fufu, for sale, a major source of income for her.
As I do my business daily, I make profit as little as 50 leons. I divide it into portions. 10 leons goes to the osusu every day, another 10 leons goes for my son's lunch, and the remaining money is given to my sisters for our feeding for the day.
The balance they left, I give my sister for me to go manage the market for Baba for family the rest.
Although she gets money from this trade, being a single parent comes with a lot of challenges, as she is also supporting her siblings with the little income she gets from trading fufu. Emma also has to cater for utility bills, school fees, and health needs of her family. She supplements the meager income she gets from trading. She is also involved into rotational financing, locally known as osusu.
I have never gotten assistance for my child's expenses or to pay my house rent. I do everything on my own.
Aside from providing food, clothing, and shelter for her child, Robin, she is committed to take her child to school every day.
Life not easy.
Life isn't easy for us. She carries all of our responsibilities, but as long as there is life, there is hope.
The challenges are many. The room we live in is not convenient for us. I and my other sister sleep in the living room and allow our sister and the kids to sleep in the bedroom. It's really not easy. We have to sell for a day to earn our living.
For a day, for everybody living, not easy as we sell.
Her younger sister, Rebecca Hawasware, said she dropped out of school because of lack of funds and came to join her sister in the capital, Freetown, with the hope that situation will change for the better for her. Things hasn't been easy for her as they are all staying in a single-room apartment. A 28-year-old grinder at Congo Market, Banan Masare says as a single father, he has been taking care of his children with lots of challenges. With the money he gets from grinding, he has been able to ensure that his two kids are enrolled at private school. According to him, he has been searching for a better job, but up till now, he has not been successful, and though family members and friends are mocking him for the job he is doing, he is trying to ensure that his kids are educated.
This grain here, the grain for the day, I go shushu.
In this grinding, I got involved in a rotational financing. By the end of the month, I buy things that will be useful for my kids. I am yet to get some of their school needs. Single parenting is a complex journey filled with both challenges and rewards. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from the government, NGOs, and communities to create a more supportive environment for single-parent families. While it can be demanding, many single parents like Emma and Bernard always find ways to thrive and create loving, supportive environments for their children. For SLBC News, I am Abdul Mansari reporting.
And the SLBC is keeping a close eye on that report, looking forward to seeing the necessary authorities doing the needful. In the meantime, to another airline story now, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development has launched the Blue Economy Strategic Framework and National Action Plan document. The document is to serve as a blueprint to guide the country's coastal resources, foster economic growth, create jobs, and enhance food security, among other benefits. Joseph Tui witnessed the launch at the Foreign Service Academy in Freetown.
Sierra Leone is blessed with vast marine resources which are underutilized. The Blue Economy Strategy Framework is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals 14 to enhance ocean resources. The document was described as one that would ensure sustainable fisheries, ecotourism, protecting the environment, and creating jobs involving local communities. The UNDP Sierra Leone remains a key partner to national development. Its representative, Tanzila Sanko, described the Blue Economy Strategy as a potential driver of growth and development in harnessing the power of the water in line with the medium-term National Development Plan and the SDGs.
The communication strategy, on the other hand, emphasizes the importance of community involvement, particularly in coastal areas where people rely on the ocean for their livelihoods. Effective communication through raising awareness is essential in driving behavioral change and fostering a sense of shared responsibility in conserving our oceans. UNDP is ready to put resources towards this to ensure that the implementation, this kickstarts the implementation.
For the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, the Blue Economy is a game changer in achieving the Feed Salon agenda. Minister Princess Duba said it will not only address illegal fishing, but a roadmap and a clear direction for food and nutrition and diversifying the economy.
As part of our Blue Economy Strategy action, the Chinese government will be constructing one industrial fish harbor for us to improve our port state measures to monitoring fish catches by licensed trawlers and to be able to implement the quota management system where the licenses of fishing vessels will be based on the quantity of fish they catch instead of the current system where licenses are based on the size of the fishing vessel.
The strategy would as well protect the marine resources, involving methods in handling wastes along the coastal areas. Minister of Planning and Economic Development Kenema, while launching the document, said it would improve on livelihoods, enhance ocean wealth and health. She noted it will also unlock untapped potentials of the marine resources. She elaborated on the thematic areas of the strategy.
Promoting food security and economic diversification. 2. Strengthening marine transportation, ports and shipping. 3. Ensuring a healthy, productive and sustainable coastal and marine environment. 4. Advancing marine surveillance, security and enforcement. 5. Exploring blue energy, mineral resources and innovative financing. And 6. Supporting blue governance, science, technology and research.
One client call from various speakers was to get the document operationalized, with government and its development partners mobilizing more support for its sustainability. SLBC, Joseph Toure reporting.
And now the Minister of Local Government, Ambassador Tamba Lamina, has described the newly unveiled security uniform of the Sierra Leone Immigration Department as a symbol of nationalism, patriotism, and a unique commitment towards national development. He was speaking at the City Hall whilst delivering the keynote and unveiling the uniforms on behalf of the Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Jule Jallo. Here's the report.
Smart and elegantly looking personnel of the Sierra Leone Immigration Department show off their brand new security uniform. The uniforms, which included the national symbols, colors and badges, is intending to promote the country's identity and values. It was for its corporate and full-time staff, who are frontline defenders of the country's borders, ensuring safe movement of both people and goods. According to the Minister of Local Government, Ambassador Tamba Lamina, the newly unveiled security uniform was a symbol of responsibility, nationalism, patriotism, and a unique opportunity for national development. He noted that immigration officers were representatives of the nation to foreigners.
This responsibility, as I said earlier, needs to be couched in what the public views the immigration department, from the past to the present. If you now move into the immigration building, a significant achievement has been made.
The Chief Immigration Officer, Honorable Alusain Kane, said that it was a remarkable history as they launched the new security uniform. He went on that it was not a change of appearance, but of a transformation of identity, reflecting unity and symbolizing true commitment to the service of the nation. He emphasized on his efforts for decentralizing the application process for obtaining passports to many parts of the country, and also for maintaining the highest standards of professionalism powered by digital skills and expertise.
Arrangements are well advanced to decentralize rollout the processing of passports by the end of November 2024 in the 3 district headquarters: Kenema district, Eastern region; Bo district, Southern region; and the Bombali district, Northeastern region.
Several other high-profile personalities, including the Minister of Internal Affairs, retired General Talova, Secretary to President Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, National Security Coordinator and Head of the Public Service Commission, and others, shed light on the important role of the institution as one of the most important departments in the country, whilst pledging their support. The uniform stands as a reminder of the far-reaching responsibility the department plays. From a police-led to civilian-led, the department has redefined its role in Sierra Leone border security framework and enforces collaborative actions to scaling up the department's standards that transcend borders. SLBC Dennis Fraser reporting.
Well, from the immigration department, we now go over to our international news desk for the international news summary.
Hello and welcome to the international news. My name is Aminata Fofana. 2 former police officers have been jailed for the murder of Marali Franco, a prominent left-wing politician killed in a drive-by shooting in 2018. Anderson Gomez, Franco's driver, was also killed in the attack, but a press officer, Fernanda Chavez, who was in the car, survived. Ronnie Lesser confessed to firing the shots and was sentenced to 78 years and 9 months in prison, while El Chaco de Gurez received 59 years and 8 months for being behind the wheel. Franco, a black gay woman, was an emerging light in Brazil's Socialist Party, and with her death at age 38, sparking nationwide protest. Speaking to the courts from prison by video link, Lesser said he was blinded and driven crazy by the prospect of $1 million reward for the murder. In March 2024, Brazil's Justice Minister Ricardo Lewandowski said the homicide was evidently politically motivated. He said Franco wanted to convert property into housing for the poor, while others wanted to use it for commercial use. Both defendants signed plea bargains leading to the arrest of politician Chiquino Brazo and his brother Domingos in March on suspicion of ordering the hit. After the sentencing, Franco's father Antonio da Silva Neto said his family would continue their fight for justice. More horrors continue to emerge from the debris and layers of mud left by the walls of water that produced Spain's deadliest natural disaster in living memory. Residents of Masana in the Valencia region located in the kingdom's north were calling for assistance of Thursday, 31st October. The floods have killed at least 158 people. What people need is food because all the material losses are not important next to saving our lives. When we look at other people that have lost theirs, socialist Antonio said. We still don't know how neighbors and acquaintances have been lost. We need drinkable water. An unknown number of people are still missing and more victims could be found. Spain PM said EU member states have stepped up to offer resources. AMNET, Spain's national weather service, has issued amber rainfall warnings for Friday, November 1st for areas in the Valencia and Castellón regions where many communities are still reeling from the floods. Survivors of the worst natural disaster to hit Spain this century are woke to scenes of devastation after villages were wiped out by flash floods. Algeria has pardoned a journalist who emerged as one of the country's leading voices during the 2019 democracy protest. He was later jailed for receiving foreign funding from his media outlets and threatening state security. Isani El-Kadi was released from prison on Thursday evening along with 8 others who had been in prison for criticizing the state. Their release coincided with the 70th anniversary of the start of the Algerian Revolution, a date that authorities have used in the past to grant pardons. Feta Sadat, one of El-Kadi's lawyers, told the Associated Press that he was released from El Hara prison after receiving a presidential pardon. He was serving a sentence for receiving foreign funding for Radio M and Mareb Emergence, 2 media projects that played a key role in the Iraq protest that led to the resignation of Octogenarian President Abdelaziz Bouteflika in 2019. He was among 4,000 people released Thursday under clemency decree signed by President Abdelmajid Tebboune, according to a statement from his office. Nigerian social media personality Idris Okunye, widely known as Bobrisky, was rearrested on Thursday evening by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission at Murtala Muhammad International Airport in Lagos. The dramatic scene unfolded as Bobrisky was preparing to board a flight to London. According to eyewitnesses, Nigerian authorities stopped the plane just before takeoff, escorted Bobrisky off the aircraft, and detained him in full view of other passengers. Isaac Fayusi, a fellow passenger and brother of former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fasoyi, shared an image of himself with Bobrisky before the arrest. He expressed concern over the timing, saying, "See who is on the same flight with me to London at Bobrisky 222. This latest arrest follows a series of recent legal issues for Bobrisky. Last week, he was reportedly detained by the Nigerian Immigration Service at the same border, allegedly while attempting to leave the country. Authorities are investigating claims that Bobrisky paid 15 million naira to EFCC officials to drop money laundering charges. A recent investigative panel has reported there is no evidence to support claims that Bobrisky served time outside the prison facility. The EFCC is expected to continue its investigation into the matter. That's the international news. My name is Aminata Fofana. Thanks for watching.
Up to date with other stories making news elsewhere. Well, from here we head straight to our business desk for updates. Hello and welcome to Business Updates, the segment that brings you insight in business and its contribution towards positively impacting the economy. I am Moses Conte. In today's edition, we take a look at the adherence of the new measuring cup system, which takes effect
from the 1st of November 2024. Sierra Leone is introducing a new measuring cup system for foodstuff including rice, oil, sugar and other items in the market. This, according to the Ministry of Trade, was to address the issue of price control across the country. SLBC Aminata Saise went out to understand trading activities at Bottom Mango and Blackout Road in Freetown and files in this report.
Foodstuffs like rice, oil and sugar, and among others, are useful for the diet of human life globally, including Sierra Leone. But sales of these food items has posed a lot of problems, which has caused a concern by Sierra Leoneans, and called for the introduction of a standardized measurement system of these food commodities in the market within the city as a start, despite the serious challenge traders and consumers we face. I spoke to some traders at Botomango Market, Blackout Road.
Maybe if you do prices and small prices, business where them for put on where they not for put on, you find some. But right now, once you go buy business, if you don't buy the way don't sell, the way one go buy the first yard. If the price go down, we will sell. If the price don't go down, how we will sell more. Because one day back from the bag, 220,000 for bag. They buy one day about 700,000. So how we will sell more bag with it. Because this, I want to sell the market. Depends to get back. Depends to get the market. If you not because it's good, I'm going to stop selling out down there. I'm not going to get there. I'm not going to sell out.
If this government can guide implement and not guide. Because if you say anything you want to do for notice first, the first way they can do it. You don't just guy meet me, say give me one cup, use this one cup. It's not possible. I'm not going to go on. Because arguments go come all day. Because me no know of the cup. They don't do announcements, they're not sensitized about that. Because when they do announcements, they're sensitized. They don't say, hey, that cup people can't do it. How was that for you?
They're not sensitized, because they first for Musa to go buy. But right now, they don't buy 7. So I will use big cup price. You see, now from the shop, they're going to make it. So you can go to like a whistle, 90 and 9 of staples. Usually, but if you don't go pick up by the beginner, it's school. Also, not of an embargo. Most of you, my competitor will take it. Because not strong.
Business people appeal to trade authorities to save the situation as they rely on their business for their livelihoods, and also in introducing of these measuring cups, they should be monitoring wholesale prices across the country. SLBC News are in Freetown. Aminata Saise reporting.
Many thanks to Aminata Saise for that report. Well, that's all we have today in this edition of Business Update. I'm Moses Conte. Keep watching. Many thanks to Moses Conte and the business team for bringing us updates. Let's now join Maya today, who is all set to bring us interesting episodes in the entertainment world.
This is Entertainment News. I am Maria Tudukuri, and here are the headlines. Some international celebrities for Halloween during their Halloween costumes sent the internet on a frenzy. We want to say big congratulations to some of our beautiful female celebrities in Sierra Leone for their bundles of joy. And Van Vika, a Ghanaian actor, has posted a beautiful message for his 21st year anniversary in marriage. Yes. Winnie Harlow and Kim Kardashian are some of the international celebrities that took the internet by storm for their Halloween costume. I mean, it was so beautiful. Winnie Harlow was Diana Ross Queen. Diana Ross with this very big hair and a beautiful outfit, like the exact same outfit, and she looked so beautiful. And Kim Kardashian, on the other hand, was not, replicating someone, but she was replicating the reptile, the one and only, I think, one and only albino alligator in the world. Yes, she was basically a reptile. As you can see, she was fully covered in this crocodile-like skin, makeup, nails and everything, and everyone on the internet was talking about it. Now we want to say a big big congratulations to Hawa Toure, which we know as Hawa Kabaka, for her bundle of joy. She just gave birth as her husband posted this post to celebrate his wife and his new baby girl. Congratulations to her, and also congratulations to ex-housemate Salon star Amina Kone for her bundle of joy also, as she posted this beautiful pregnant photo shoot of her. Congratulations to Hawa and Amina. And now, before we close, Van Vika, the Ghanaian actor whom people went crazy about when he first started in the movie industry, has just posted this beautiful message telling people specifically that he loves being married, and marriage is not all bed of roses, but it's actually a bed of thorny roses. He has been married for 21 years and knowing his wife for 30 years. That is a way to go. Congratulations to them. Alright, that's all we have in today's episode of the Entertainment News. I have been yours, Maria Tudupe. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, see you.
Many thanks to Maria Tudupe for bringing us entertainment updates. We're from the entertainment desk, but ultimately is a sports update.
Today is that tomorrow we talked about yesterday. It's the sporting updates that keeps you in the know, and my name is Abdul Kabia, and thank you so very much for joining us. And we begin with football in this edition. The head coach of the national men's under-20 team, Mohamed Lamine Camara, has told the Slbc Sport about his intentions to proudly represent the nation in the U20 AFCON tournament next year. Sierra Leone's under-20 men's national team is brimming with confidence after securing qualification for the 2025 AFCON tourney. Head coach Mohamed Lamine Camara has expressed his determination to make the nation proud on the continental stage. The team's recent impressive performance in Liberia, where they secured qualification, was a result of meticulous long-term preparation. According to Gaffer Kamara, he highlighted the outstanding contribution of Captain Momoai Kamara, who was named the best player of the qualifying tournament.
We know that based on our performance there in Liberia, everybody is expecting us to go to AFCON, and it's not only Sierra Leoneans, let me tell you, because even Wafu, after the finals, they met us in the dressing room and said, please, we've had a very good tournament here. We are hopeful of you to go to AFCON and represent the region very well. So please go and do it for us. So the trust is not, or the expectation is not only about Sierra Leoneans. Even those that are non-Sierra Leoneans are expecting that we go and perform. And we will take responsibility. We will ensure that we go there in a very good footing to ensure that we don't deceive ourselves and we don't deceive Sierra Leone.
Kamara also praised the inclusion of both Momoai Kamara and Nathaniel Jallo in the senior national men's team Leon Stars, under the guidance of head coach Amidou Karim.
So I want to encourage them again that let them keep working very hard, let them keep doing the extras. We are always around them, giving them like self-trainings. We will still guiding them, even though we are off season, I can say. We are still giving them guides on what they are to work on before the commencement of the training.
This recognition, he believes, is a testament to the talent and potential of Sierra Leonean footballers. With a positive outlook, Coach Kamara is confident that Sierra Leone can compete with the continent's top footballing nations and make a significant impact at the 2025 AFCON tourney. In the international scene, 4 times US Open champion Rafael Nadal has announced his retirement from tennis after the Davis Cup. Well, this will be a big blow for tennis lovers and also up-and-coming tennis stars around the world. He will be dearly missed by all and sundry. What a name, Rafael Nadal. Best wishes in your next endeavor. And that's your sports. Thank you so much for watching. See you very soon.
Many thanks, Abdul Kabir, for being bringing us updates in sport. And from sports, that's how we news are to a close. But before that, here is a look at your headlines again. 32 vibrant and energetic Christian brothers and sisters drawn from various churches and workplaces have been inducted into the AGI International Alumni with purpose of ending gospel poverty in Sierra Leone. The induction ceremony does not only recognize their certification but looks forward to seeing every person in Sierra Leone redeemed and transformed through the gospel of Jesus Christ. Single parenting is a complex journey filled with both challenges and rewards. And raising up children as single parents in Sierra Leone comes along with a lot of socio-economic challenges. During Slbc's investigation into the dynamics of single parenting, it was discovered that government is yet to develop laws and policies that will provide direct cash support to single parents as it is done in developed countries. And the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development has launched the Blue Economy Strategy Framework and National Action Plan. The document is said to serve a blueprint to guide the country's coastal resources, foster economic growth, create jobs, and enhance food security, among other benefits. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of news. Many thanks for watching, and thanks indeed for the pleasure of your company. Also, be on the lookout for fresh edition reaching your way this afternoon at 3, and also our final broadcast at 9 tonight. Coming up at 9 this morning is your breakfast program, Good Morning Sierra Leone. In the meantime, keep having a fine time with your public service broadcast at the Slbc, your trusted news source and the authentic voice of Sierra Leone. Until then, I am Dennis Fraser. Goodbye.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
No fact na a very good program. Where any big person can look and enjoy.
na the kind program where you for spend time for watch. Na the kind program where you for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program, it mean I don't learn from it. And I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program. We say we dey counsel you, for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do your for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
We come
the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get high bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get hey bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Injiming around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. Injiming around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own,
The roads are ours.
the bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
and the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else. Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
Freetown.
Freetown!
Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver.
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us. All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright.
The greengrocer.
The teacher.
The dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Now pass we all they pass like stranger them, but we all don't dare from them.
Today is Monday, the 4th of November 2024. Good morning and welcome to our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone. This program always starts today with analysis and views on issues of national concern. We are your presenters. Francis Bannan is my name, and I'm teaming up with
Emmanuel Samuel. Well, our quote of the day is from American singer Taylor Swift, and it says, "We don't need to share the same opinions as others, but we need to be respectful." This one is absolutely right.
It's a food for thought. And in the program this morning, Ministry of Planning and Economic Development launches the Blue Economy Strategic Framework and National Action Plan document. And Sierra Leone Correctional Service concludes national training. We invite you to participate by sending your comments and views to the number on the screen, or follow us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Yes, you see, and this one gets the mic. So you see, you know why they're hearing my voice, and the same balance we get.
So therefore, get one mic.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
Welcome back. The program you're watching is Good Morning Singing live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, we are sorry for that technical hitch. Well, as you are informed, you can join the conversation by sending your text on the number displayed on your screen or join us on Facebook at SLBC Live. Well, we start the program over. The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development has launched the Blue Economy Strategic Framework and National Plan of Action document. This document is said to serve as a blueprint to guide the country's coastal resources for foster economic growth, create jobs, and enhance food security, among other benefits. Joseph Toure witnessed the event at Foreign Service Academy in Freetown.
Sierra Leone is blessed with vast marine resources which are underutilized. The Blue Economy Strategy Framework is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals 14 to enhance ocean resources. The document was described as one that would ensure sustainable fisheries, ecotourism, protecting the environment, and creating jobs involving local communities. The UNDP Sierra Leone remains a key partner to national development. Its representative, Tanzila Sanko, described the Blue Economy Strategy as a potential driver of growth and development in harnessing the power of the water in line with the medium-term National Development Plan and the SDGs.
The communication strategy, on the other hand, emphasizes the importance of community involvement, particularly in coastal areas where people rely on the ocean for their livelihoods. Effective communication through raising awareness is essential in driving behavioral change and fostering a sense of shared responsibility in conserving our oceans. UNDP is ready to put resources towards this to ensure that this kickstarts the implementation.
For the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, the Blue Economy is a game changer in achieving the Feed Saloon agenda. Minister Princess Duba said it will not only address illegal fishing, but a roadmap and a clear direction for food and nutrition and diversifying the economy.
As part of our Blue Economy Strategy Action, the Chinese government will be constructing one industrial fish harbor for us to improve our port state measures to monitoring fish catches by licensed trawlers and to be able to implement the quota management system where the licenses of fishing vessels will be based on the quantity of fish they catch instead of the current system where licenses are based on size of the fishing vessel.
The strategy would as well protect the marine resources, involving methods in handling wastes along the coastal areas. Minister of Planning and Economic Development Kenema, while launching the document, said it would improve on livelihoods, enhance ocean wealth and health. She noted it will also unlock untapped potentials of the marine resources. She elaborated on the thematic areas of the strategy.
Promoting food security and economic diversification. 2. Strengthening marine transportation, ports and shipping. 3. Ensuring a healthy, productive and sustainable coastal and marine environment. 4. Advancing marine surveillance, security and enforcement. 5. Exploring blue energy, mineral resources and innovative financing. And 6. Supporting blue governance, science, technology and research.
One client call from various speakers was to get the document operationalized, with government and its development partners mobilizing more support for its sustainability. SLBC, Joseph Touré reporting.
Thank you very much. That was Joseph Touré filing that report. Well, for more on the issue, we have the Acting Director of Planning, Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, Joseph Sama. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning, sir.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
Mr. Sama, before we talk about the strategic plan and national plan of action, please, I want you to delve more into what do we mean by this blue economy? Because for the past 1-2 months, we are in blue economy.
Thank you so much. The Blue Economy Initiative is basically talking about the economy, the resources we gain from life underwater, or the resources we have underwater, be it the ocean or freshwater resources. How do we efficiently and effectively manage those resources to benefit communities and the people at large? That's basically what the Blue Economy is talking about.
So, when you talk about life underwater, what is this initiative going to do?
Okay, thank you so much. So, when we talk about activities in the blue economy related sectors, they are basically not new. For example, since the days of grandfathers, people have been fishing, right? Yeah, so fishing itself is not anything new. But the concept of the blue economy basically is trying to ensure that we have an integrated approach. That is to say, the blue economy is made up of several sectors. But how do we bring all of these sectors and actors together to ensure that we are able to optimize the benefits of the resources we have from the ocean or freshwater resources? That's basically what the blue economy concept is about. Before this time, different actors, different people have been doing their bit in different corners. But also, we have to look at it that, for example, the tourism sector is also related to the blue economy. Because when you talk about Sierra Leone, we have over 400 kilometer coastline, right? White sand beaches. Those are huge resources that should make Sierra Leone a very attractive tourism destination. But over the years, we should be asking this question: what is it that countries like the Gambia are doing right that we are missing when we have almost the same set of resources? Perhaps we even have more than them. So what the blue economy is trying to say that, for example, the coastal communities, the coastline, how do we manage those coastlines and ensure that they are decent enough, they are clean, and they can attract tourists is very important. The man involved in the green economy, someone that is cutting timber, or involved in charcoal business or farming, we have to educate them for them to know that what you are doing, your activities or economic activities on land, is impacting the lives and livelihood of people in coastal communities and the economy as a whole. So in essence, for example, if someone goes out there and cuts down all the trees without replacing them, when it's rainy season, the coastal communities will be hugely affected. We've seen stories where plastic pollution going to the river, affecting the fish. There are stories where they found fish, like way dead, and they said it's because it swallowed a plastic. So all of this is for us to ensure that we are able to manage those huge resources that we have. That's basically what the blue economy is talking about.
So, Mr. Sama, let's talk about us having control over our waters. Do we have control over our waters before us talking about the initiative of putting all sectors together? Do we have control over our waters as a country?
Yeah, I would say yes, to a very large extent. But there are challenges. And it is because of these challenges that globally, and the government of Sierra Leone has also embraced the concept of the blue economy. Yes, we have control over our waters, but we have challenges. For example, in the fishery sector, it's hugely impacted by illicit fishing activities. We've heard of pirates coming in here and there because we are not well equipped to really man our water resources. So these are the initiatives that the blue economy is coming on board to help. How can we share the little resources we have to optimize the benefit? When it comes to illegal fishing activities, we can't just leave it in the hands of the ministry responsible for fishery. But what could be the role of maritime administration? What could be the role of the Navy? What support do they need? How can we share the little resources, information, expertise? It's really important. That's why we are saying the blue economy, all of us as actors, including the local communities, we need to come on board and discuss really how we can optimize the benefit. A few years back, the fishery sector, for example, was one of the sectors that we are really contributing greatly to forex and even in revenue generation. So we keep on saying that we have huge fish resources, but arguably we've not really been able to give the adequate attention to that sector. And so it's also an approach that comes in when you talk about economic diversification. Over the years, we focus on mining sector. So now, how can we diversify our economy to other economically viable sectors is really crucial, and that's where the blue economy comes into play. Tourism is one area also we can really leverage. Domestic tourism. Many times when we talk about tourism, we only consider international tourists coming in. But also we can be involved in domestic tourism. We have huge and important touristic sites here, for which some of us haven't been able to visit.
Okay, Mr. Sama, now according to you, this strategic framework and national action plan that you've launched, among some of the things that you want to do with this document is to see how you can develop coastal areas to be attractive to tourists, because it's no secret Sierra Leone we have so many beautiful places that people could go, particularly tourists. But someone watching you might be tempted to say this is another white elephant. This is not the first time we'll be launching strategic plans. We're always doing it in Sierra Leone, but what benefit had Sierra Leoneans got from some of these documents? How different is this going to be?
So the difference is, and that's the good thing that the Ministry of Planning is coming on board, because is the national anchor when it comes to development plan, to ensure that whatsoever strategy or policy is put in the blue economy framework is effectively implemented. And so alongside the strategic framework, we'll also be able to develop a national action plan which help to distill further those broad strategic areas that we are identified in the framework, with specific, now we have specific interventions and policies that are costed with well-defined responsibilities and rules for the various actors. In addition to that, we'll also be able, with the support of the UNDP, by the way, we'll also be able to establish the Blue Economy Secretariat at the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development to help in terms of coordinating the blue economy related activities. But there is also a technical committee made up of various policy experts from the various sectors that are meeting periodically to discuss development within the blue economy space. And we have a ministerial steering committee that is providing broad oversight to this technical committee and the secretariat. So in essence, in fact, prior to launching the strategic document, we've already commenced implementation of the Blue Economy National Action Plan. A few weeks ago, we collaborated with our civil society actors. They went to about 3 communities within the Western area to sensitize those coastal communities about bad fishing methods and how that could impact their lives and livelihood. So it is our hope that at the end of the day, this will not be a white elephant, but it will transform lives within the blue economy.
So now a secretariat has been established, right?
Yes.
Another job for those who are in support of you?
No, I wouldn't say that. It is not
another opportunity it's another job opportunity for people close to those in that particular sector.
Well, it's another opportunity for Sierra Leoneans.
Sure, but yes. However, the question is the effect on the people of Sierra Leone.
It's gonna be huge in everything. That's why when we talk about the blue economy, we specifically talk about the governance architecture. If you don't have a governance space that is providing broad oversight and coordination role, then you are not talking about the blue economy, because it will just be, as it used to be. The Ministry of Fisheries will be doing its bit in its own corner. The Ministry of Transport or Maritime will be doing their bit. Tourism will be doing what they used to be doing, environment, EPA and the like. So the governance architecture, the secretariat we are talking about, is basically to ensure that we are able to effectively coordinate the activities of each and every line ministries and our civil society and private sector partners. So yes, it's an opportunity for us as Sierra Leoneans, not just for people that are closer to.
Okay, so let's look at aside of a way of fostering economic growth in our country. What actually do you want to see?
Well, we also want to see that when we talk sustainable management of our oceanic and aquatic resources is very crucial. You know, you talk about the 14 Sustainable Development Goals, it talks about, SDG 14 talks about life underwater. And so how do we sustainably manage it is important in light of the fact that Sierra Leone is one of the countries that are very vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So climate change issues also comes into play. How do we effectively manage the environment? Yeah.
All right, so continue to stay with us. We're definitely going to talk about whether it's not going to be like the mining sectors. Everybody has been saying Sierra Leone, we are rich in minerals, but what's the effect on the people of Sierra Leone? Thank you very much, Mr. Sama. Continue to stay with us. He is from the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. And he has been talking about the launching of the Blue Economy Strategy Framework and National Action Plan. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. In case you are just joining us, you are invited to participate by sending your comments and views to the number on the issues on the number on the screen, and also you can follow us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. We now go to another issue. The Sierra Leone Correctional Services has organized a training for all its services nationwide. In the studios this morning, we have Deputy Media and PR Manager Superintendent Nana Sise. Good morning, Madam Sise. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, SLBC, and good morning, viewers. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's talk about this training. Why?
This training was organized by the government of Sierra Leone in collaboration with the First New March Nigeria Limited to train security apparatus of the Sierra Leone, of which the Sierra Leone Correctional Service was not an exception. So 30 of our officers at middle level management benefited from the training. they were trained on correctional management and administration. This training, I think, will go a long way because, as the adage goes, that practice makes perfect, and training is one way of practicing to be perfect. And when you take a closer look at what we are doing, you will know there is a close relationship between training and job performance. As a novice, we cannot succeed as an institution. You cannot go in as a novice and hope to succeed. So with this training, continuously for different cadre of corrections officer, I know we'll surely achieve the goal of the institution.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the areas that the training focused on.
The training focused on classification of inmates, the rights of the inmates within our centers, the instruments that we are using like the Mandela Rule and the Sierra Leone Correctional Act was also emphasized on during the training, and searches, trafficking, different topics that makes up correctional management. But the human rights aspect was more focused on because, you know, the then prisons, we focus on the crime rather than the individual. But as we transform from prisons to corrections, we now focus on the individual rather than the crime. So there are modern philosophies and trends that we are moving towards, and in order for us to succeed, we need more of these trainings.
So, Superintendent Sisi, is it that the correctional service before this training, you do not have that type of capacity to manage the correctional service well? The reason why you are happy when such a training came to be?
No. We are having a refreshers training. As officers are promoted to the next level, we do conduct a refreshers training, getting them ready to assume the office in which they are going to serve, or in the capacity in which they will be serving after promotion. But for this one, with international people that are expertise in correctional management from Nigeria coming in with vast experience, because we came into the training with some fears. There are things we thought we are not possible, but after this training, we know they are now possible within our centers. Just as I said earlier on, the training was a 7-week intensive training. The 6th week was the theoretical aspect, and the 1 week was the practical on job attachment, where we go to our centers to compare what we've learned and what is on the ground to see whether there are gaps, and then we are coming again as a team to know what's the way forward.
Superintendent, even though we are aware that the security sector, you have so much classified information, but for the interest for the public to know, what were those things that you guys thought were not possible, that this training made you guys to understand that these things are possible for the betterment of correctional service management in Sierra Leone?
Like classification within a sentence. We all know, you as journalists, you know, we've been saying overcrowding is now a cliche. I know you are tired of hearing about overcrowding, but we have to manage with the little resources that we have, or the accommodation that we have to keep them. So for most of us, we thought, with these spaces, can we classify? After this training, even though we are classifying, but we are classifying high risk inmates, low and medium. But after the training, we know now we can classify according to their needs and the risk that they pose to their colleagues inmates within the center. For example, if I am a high risk inmate, I have a bad influence on my colleague inmates in the same center, they need to remove me to another center where there are high risk inmates, instead of you trying to be in there and to influence me, not in a good way, negatively, for maybe influence me to do something contrary to our rules and our regulation within the center.
So this particular one is somehow a welcoming news to the public, because we know, especially for us, the younger generation, most people, when they go to the correctional service, when they come out, you know, they are worse as compared to the way they were. So the yardstick that you are using to classify, to say this person is a high, is it the level of the crime the individual committed for which that person was sent to the correctional service?
I think it will surprise you to see somebody that comes into a center for murder. A character and attitude does not even show any trace of somebody that can commit murder. At times you do something that we say they are triggers, maybe your lifestyle and associates, or maybe peer group influence. So if you see somebody, if let's say this person commits a murder crime, you be like shocked. Wow, well, the way the person carries himself, at times you will even leave that person with little or no supervision, because the way he will act or the way he will do whatever, the way he carries himself within the center, you will be like shocked. So the classification is more of people with that negative influence on their colleague in the different centers.
All right, thank you very much. She is Superintendent Nana Sise, and she is Deputy Media and PR Manager at Sierra Leone Correctional Services. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We now go for a short commercial break. The program continues after that.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
This is the Slbc, and the program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We are broadcasting live from our New England studios from Broadcasting House. We continue with the program. We still have with us in the studio Mr. Joseph Sama from the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. Now, Mr. Sama, how soon are we going to see the start of this whole documents that you've put together, the implementation? How soon?
Well, the documents are already out. They were only officially launched on Friday. As I said earlier on, we've already commenced implementation of the National Action Plan. So perhaps what is important for us to know now is what could be our next line of action after launching the document. The next important activity we have is to have a kind of donors roundtable discussion on the blue economy to be able to attract investors, both from the private space and from our development partners, because the initiatives are quite, some of them you can say they are ambitious, but they are really important. And what is the challenge over the years of experience in our development space is the lack of funding to implement those initiatives. That's why most often people talk about white elephants as we are looking to. So it's really for us to now look out for partnership from the private sector, from our development partners, and even within the government space, for us to be able to implement some of these brilliant initiatives that we have.
So, Mr. Sama, when we talk just now, you made mention of in passing the green economy, where you have this timber logging, when we talk about the mining. You know, when all of those things came into being, there are the same talks that it will improve the livelihoods, improve the life of people. But this particular economy came into being, it came to enrich some people. There are some few people who have been enriched, whilst the majority of the public they suffer in poverty. So this blue economy, is it not another opportunity to enrich certain set of individuals and make the other people, the general populace, continue to suffer in poverty?
Well, I believe Sierra Leone, we've learned from the lessons from the mining sector. And those are some of the lessons that have been able to inform our development planning process going forward. What are the challenges? I would say, before responding to that, I would say the blue economy framework was developed through comprehensive analysis of our blue economy space in Sierra Leone, looking at the challenges, the opportunities, and the risk involved. So I wouldn't say it's about enriching the few. So even if you go into the document, for example, one of the sub-strategies we have under the economy diversification program is talking about coastal community, improving the resilience of coastal communities. That's directly going to those people. What are the activities they are involved in now? How can we improve their lives and livelihood? So it is not going to impact someone from the Ministry of Fisheries directly or the Ministry of Planning, but it's going directly to those coastal people, and they were part and parcel of the planning process. I know when you look at our long history of slow development, it could be justifiable for someone to be very much apprehensive of some of these initiatives, but what is important is we need to have hope as Sierra Leoneans that there is light at the end of the tunnel.
So, Mr. Sama, when usually we do bring certain initiative in Sierra Leone, the development of those documents, they are very much inclusive. When it comes to the implementation aspect, it is never inclusive. The reason why we always see problems. So in this action, this plan of action document, how inclusive are your implementation strategies to ensure that the communities themselves are part of the implementation, whilst other sectors and every scale of society involved in the implementation of this blue economy strategy?
Thank you so much. I think that's a very important question. As I said, the technical committee, for example, established, is made up of representatives from the civil society, community, artisanal fishermen union, and leaders from the private sector. You talk about the university. So all of these people are part of the implementation framework. And also, the communication strategy that we have developed is quite important. During the validation of the communication strategy, we invited media practitioners to look at it, to guide us on how can we have a communication strategy that will speak on the issues that are affecting actors within the blue economy space. So once in a while, we'll be coming here to the different media houses. In fact, this week, my team will be here at Slbc talking about the blue economy framework and its action plan, and how all of us can put hands on deck to implement this framework. So it is going to be an inclusive process, and even you, the media practitioners, you have a role to play, and you can hold us to account if we are failing to meet the targets of the blue economy.
So, Mr. Sama, one other thing that came to mind is that when we also come with initiative from outside, we do most times take things that are happening out there to fix into our own set of society, forgetting the fact that there are differences in culture and differences. So the reason why there are times certain development in some areas they do not yield any benefits. So in this particular strategy that you guys have developed, is the implementation of the blue economy going to sync with the coastal communities, their traditions and custom or religious belief?
Absolutely. I like the points that you are honestly bringing out, and that takes me to the history of the blue economy in Sierra Leone. It started effectively in 2018 when a delegation of Sierra Leone participated at the first global Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, November 2018. And when we came back, and the African Union tasked its member states to develop strategies to improve its blue economy management. So from 2018 to date, that tells you that it has taken us this time for us to really be able to integrate and domesticate those international strategies and policies.
2018 today, don't you think you've been a little bit slow?
I wouldn't say, because the framework itself was developed and validated in 2022. For 2021, again, we had to develop the action plan. which was launched, which was validated in 2023. So by the start of 2024, we've already commenced implementation. What we did now is just the official launch ceremony.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and again, that's where the Ministry of Planning comes into play. When the delegation returned from Nairobi, there were a lot of challenges, because when you talk about the blue economy space, someone might want to ask, what is the role of Ministry of Planning? Is it not the Ministry of Fishery? Is it not the Maritime Administration? Is it not the Ministry of Tourism? Why is the Ministry of Planning involved? Well, basically, planning is involved to provide that coordination room and the space for the actors to come together, because we do not have any vested interest. When we came back, the UNDP engaged, for example, Maritime Administration to initiate the process. There was a challenge. Then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came on board, since it has some international connotation. There was no progress unless the Ministry of Planning took it on board. Then we'll be able to move it from one stage to the other. So effectively, we'll arrive there.
Okay, now, Mr. Saman, before we go back to Superintendent, Emmanuel was just talking about inclusivity. So some of these communities that you'll be dealing with, how have you been able to consult them? Because some of these projects, if you want them to own it up, you definitely have to consult them. You work with them, you let them know what they want, what should be done and what should not be done. If not, it will be another story for another day.
I agree with you, and quite frankly, that is what we did. It was quite interesting bringing, public sector actors and the local communities together with the civil society and the NGOs. We had frank conversations. There were instances where there were even some kind of confrontations when the sector actors were saying that we've done this, we are doing this, and the local communities were saying, no, we haven't received this, and this is not what we want. This is exactly what we want to be done to improve on our lives and livelihood. So it was a consultative process, I must say, and that's why even within the technical committee, they are adequately represented.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sagman. Continue to stay with us. We'll go back to you, Superintendent Sise. So this is a training you've got from your Nigerian counterpart, and how are you going to make sure that this training that you got from them does not just die by the end of this year? You keep implementing it, you keep getting more trainings, so that even those that are coming, because this is just for the middleman level, you also have other people who will be promoted to that level who are not part of this training. How are you going to make sure that this training is passed on to the next generation of administrators in the Sierra Leone Correctional Services?
30 participants who benefited from the training, of which I was part, and 10 of those who benefited are trained as trainers.
Okay.
And faithfully we promise our facilitators that we will cascade whatever we've learned from this training to the least correctional officer in the farthest correctional center. This means we are working together as a team, because together everyone can achieve more.
So how was the selection done?
From superintendent to assistant superintendent, they fall within the middle level.
I'm asking, do you have people who came from other parts of the country?
It's a mix from not from the different region. These trainers are now going there to train others. Okay. This is purely units within the western area.
So superintendent, when you look at all of what you've done, especially talking about segmenting the inmates, which caught my attention, it also has to do with data. You cannot just submit in the inmate just like that. We are talking about data. So we are also trained on how to get record of the data of your inmates, the ones that you segment, the ones that are not segmented.
Exactly, and record keeping was one of the topics that we have dealt with during the training, of which we are doing that. Whatever we are doing within our centers should be documented for reference purpose.
So we keep records of whatever activity within our center.
So let's look at human trafficking, because you said they also made it to understand about human trafficking. So I'm concerned, how is the correctional service related to human trafficking?
Not human trafficking. The trafficking I mean is bringing in contrabands into our center, be it visitor, be it corrections officer, how to nab them. That's why we have different way of searching people that are coming in. The only thing when you're searching somebody, if you're coming in as a visitor, I have to be polite. I have to tell you what I'm doing. I'm doing a rub down search, take you to a secluded area, rub it down and search the areas that I think you will conceal something that is contrary to what should be in our centers. If I'm searching an officer, to the officer, they know the rules of engagement, that when you are entering into our centers, you should be hands down when entering, pocket empty, everything. Because when you're coming in, you will be taken into that room to be thoroughly searched before entering our facility. That is the trafficking, not human trafficking, but trafficking of contraband and prohibited items into our centers.
So, Superintendent, before we go back to our newspaper headlines, months back, there was this issue where some, prison officers were caught with contrabands, with those different things. So will this training prevent, has this training capacitated you guys more to prevent even your officers from bringing that which is not good into the centers?
For that they know, because that's why we have muster parades. During a muster parade, they're giving lectures to people. Like muster parade, each and every bosses will come, they will advise you, they will take people from the regional commander of Pademba Road, the commanding officer, they will come and give a talk to officers on muster parade. They know the do's and don'ts. That's why the moment you are caught with prohibited or contraband into a center as an officer, you will be laid off and then handed over to the police for further investigation. And they are in there at Pademba Road. Those that were caught at a gate, they are serving their sentence.
Superintendent, finally, all that you taught, and what you be giving out to others, it has to do with psychology of the individual. So let's talk about you preparing the mindset of others.
As I told you earlier on, that we have a whole unit, which is the case management unit. Let me start with the inmates. When they're coming into our centers, you don't just we don't look at the crime anymore, because that was then during the prison era. This is correctional era, so we go with the trend. The modern philosophies of correctional management is what we are going to. We want to focus on the individual, change them so that when they go out to society, they will contribute to economic development. That's why we do their needs assessments. That's Superintendent Nana, she needs to go to the bead making, she needs to go to the tailoring. That recommendation is coming from the case manager. That's Superintendent Nana, an inmate, needs to go to bead making. So at the end of the day, because they will see the interest, where do I show interest to go to? If they say I want to go to the tailoring, then they refer me to the tailoring. So at the end of the day, this person is going out as a multiplier effect to the society that you are going into. One, you are going to be an employer. Change agents, these single inmates that have learned so much within our centers, is going out brand new, and that person will also pay tax, and that taxation is coming back to the community where the inmate stays.
Okay, so continue to send it to us. Thank you very much, Superintendent Nana Sisi. You are talking something very, very fantastic. And well, viewers, we continue the program. We go to another segment of ours, which is the headlines of, which is the review of the headlines of our local tablets. Well, I start the ball rolling.
I think, Emmanuel, we are starting with the Standard Times today and not with the Global Times. And for that, I have my first take for today's review is the Standard Times newspaper. And the Standard Times newspaper opens with a banner headline: over criminal misconduct, ACC clears MMTU Vice Chancellor. You see the photo of the Vice Chancellor of the Milton Magai Technical University. Another story: Baker's alleged murder trial doctors testifies. These stories plus more you find in the front page of the Standard Times newspaper.
Well, my first speaker is the Global Times newspaper, and it opens with one banner headline that says, over removal of loyalty repairs, MPs to have a free vote. Reformist CIO unveils new uniforms for immigration personnel. Kenema local court shames deputy minister. These stories and more you can find in the Global Times newspaper.
And from the Global Times newspaper, my next take is the Expo Times newspaper, and it has so many stories on its front page. But quickly, let's go through some of the few ones we are able to take. Sierra Leone hosts Women in Tourism Regional Congress. You see the Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Madam Nabila Tunis, and government to suspend subvention to ICASEL. Now you see the photo of this story is going with the photo of the former Auditor General Laya Taylor Pierce. Another story, opposition whip, chief whip question Standards Bureau. The photo of the chief whip of the opposition in the House of Parliament. Salon Civic Festival plans presented to State House. The photo of the Minister of Information. And finally, on the front page of the Expo Times newspaper, Immigration Department unveils brand new security uniforms. These stories plus more, including both local and international sports, you find in the Expo Times.
Well, the next one here is the AYV newspaper, and it says AYV hosts Actors Guild on National Film Policy. Skybank grows profits by 207%, unveils new brand identity. Forbes features Sierra Leone's food security drive. And the next one is government reinforces commitment to justice and health care. Minister Bar and Dembi assures Sierra Leoneans. The photo of the Minister of Health and the Minister of Information and Civic Education.
Alright, from the AYV newspaper, we move to the Premier News newspaper, and the Premier News newspaper has a banner headline by Mahmoud acquitted of failed coup charges. You see the photo of the National Organizing Secretary of the All People's Congress by Mahmoud. And also you go to another story, IMF approves $248.5 million United States dollars concessional loan for Sierra Leone, and massive boost for women's football. I think this has to do with the money given by government to start the Sierra Leone Women's Premier League. Another story, Standards Bureau rolls out uniform measurements. These stories plus more, including both local and international sport, at the back page of the Premier News newspaper.
From the Premier News newspaper, we go over to the Awareness Times newspaper, and it opens with a banner headline that says, as Mrs. Fatima Madabiu returns from a lengthy overseas trip sponsored by her host, hundreds of girls welcome Best First Lady. APC's by Mahmoud Bangura announces his vindication from treason charges. Police warns about fraudulent Facebook accounts in the name of IG Celo. And Bond District Family grants Excellence Awards to distinguished citizens. Honorable Ben Alphaman Sari highlights critical issues around high-tension cabling poles. These stories and more you can find in the Awareness Times newspaper.
From the Awareness Times newspaper, we go to the Awoko newspaper, and on the Awoko newspaper, Paca's mother trial. We did not admit Sia because she was brought in dead, testifies former emergency doctor. You see the photo of the late Sia Kamara. And also another story, a 200-year-old tree that could transform Sierra Leone's tourism. It's definitely going with the photo of the cotton tree, the famous cotton tree at Shaka Stephen Street. And the final story on the front page of the Awoko newspaper is Skybank grows profits by 207%, unveils new brand identity. And for those of you who are interested in the beating of Manchester City and that of Arsenal over the weekend, you find these stories at the back page of the Awoko newspaper.
From the Awoko newspaper, we'll go back to the Independent Observer newspaper, and it opens with its usual says, Mr. President, can we talk? Part 39. The IMF approves $248.5 million economic recovery credit, and EU/SLAG conclude green journalism training. 7th witness testifies in Sierra Leone trial. Cracks in APC over removal of suspended Auditor General. These stories plus more you find in the Independent Observer newspaper.
From the Independent, we go to the Concord Times, and the Concord Times have so many stories, but we go through a few. Lawyers Society launched to challenge political influence in Sierra Leone's legal community. This is going with the photo of lawyer Augustine Sorisemwe Mara and also Owara Sei Kama. Well, another story in the front page, on the front page of the Concord Times newspaper is opposition urges bill to reconsider removal of Auditor General. You see the photo of Honorable Abdul Karim Kamara of the APC and also photo of the former Auditor General Lara Tilopias. For ICA says contempt of Parliament, MPs may endorse removal of Lara Tilopias. Well, if you want to know more about this story, go for the Concord Times newspaper. Gender Ministry ordered to pay 121 million leon to address payroll irregularities. Surgeon specialist testifies in Packers murder trial. Audit reveals critical security gaps in Sierra Leone's correctional facilities. And 5 accused remanded for alleged fraud against Best New Bank Company. These stories plus more, including the international sports. Of course, Manchester United, they played to a goalless to a 1-0 draw yesterday.
1-0 draw, yes.
Against Chelsea. You find those stories in the Concord Times newspaper.
Yeah, from the Concord Times newspaper, I take my last newspaper for today. Is the Night Watch newspaper, and it opens with a banner headline that asks a question: any public uprising soon? Orange Money launched 1% cash out charge fee. And another question of the banner, another banner headline question: are politicians demigods? These stories plus more you can find in the Night Watch newspaper.
And my final take for today is the political newspaper, and the political newspaper has so many stories on its front page. But quickly, court martial, first accused and others met to buy weapons. And another story here is remand homes in dilapidated state. A passport to be issued offline in London, Washington, D.C. And local iron rod production to start soon. All these stories plus more, including both local and international, you find. And at the back page of the political newspaper, crucial SLFA Congress in weeks. Well, the photo of Babadi Kamara, one of the candidates vying for the position of the presidency of the Sierra Leone Football Association, where those were the headlines of newspapers, the local newspapers in this program for today. But we must remind you that views expressed on those newspapers are not the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing what newspapers are saying. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We continue and we go back to you, Mr. Sama, even as we close. Now that you've done the launching, you are also trying to get funding partners to see how they can be part of this whole process. I still ask, well, how soon, if all goes well, how soon are we expecting to see the results, realities?
Well, thank you so much. As the saying goes, development is a process. But one thing again I think we need to understand is that most of the initiatives in this Blue Economy National Action Plan implementation has already commenced. The National Action Plan, in fact, it's one of the documents we use in the formulation of the medium-term national development plan. So it's more or less a sector-specific program, and the various sectors are implementing their programs. What we'll be doing at the Secretariat is to create that coordination platform where actors will be meeting to discuss, but also those key high capital intensive programs are what we are using now to target investors to come on board. But the good thing again about the blue economy that I haven't mentioned that we have in the action plan is within the action plan itself we have financing mechanisms, ways that we can generate resources. You talk about targeting the climate finance space. It's a huge space, it's part of the blue economy. Currently the Ministry of Planning, the Ministry of Finance has established the climate finance unit, and they are now looking at developing a climate finance strategy that will guide really how we'll be able to venture into the climate finance frontier. So all of these initiatives, it will take time, but the funding will be coming to support development programs.
Okay, so thank you very much. It is Joseph Sama from the Minister of Economic and from the Minister of Planning and Economic Development, talking on the launched strategic blue economy documents. And we have Superintendent Nana Sise. Superintendent Nana Sise, as we leave you, what should Sierra expect in coming weeks, months, and years after you got such a training?
To Sierra Leoneans, I want to say you will get what you are expecting. There will be a drastic change in whatever we are doing within our centers. That is a promise, and we'll keep to that promise. As I said earlier on, when you work in as a team, you will surely succeed, and we are going to work as a team for the betterment of the Sierra Leone Correctional
Quickly before we close, when we are reviewing our newspapers, that some of the remand homes are dilapidated.
Well, for the remand home, we are just providing security. The social welfare, they are the custodian of those centers. We only provide security. So I cannot comment.
2 stories on the front on the newspapers.
So I cannot comment in details about if they say about their security. Maybe I will step in and say a word, but they are not. We are just providing security.
Okay.
Let them contact the social welfare.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, she is Superintendent Nana Sise, and she is Deputy Media and Public Relations of the Sierra Leone Correctional Services. Well, this is all we have time for in this edition of the program Good Morning Sierra Leone, broadcast live on SLBC. Well, on behalf of the production team, we want to say many thanks to our guests for making this program a success, and a special one to our producer Daphne Zainab Kama for putting this program together. Good Morning Sierra Leone returns tomorrow. I am Francis Bernard. Good morning.
And before we leave you, let's take the quote again. It's from an American singer, Taylor Swift, and it says, "We don't need to share the same opinions as others, but we need to be respectful." So keep this quote in mind. Well, I have been Emmanuel Samoa. Good Morning Sierra Leone returns tomorrow same time. Continue to watch a public service broadcaster, the SLBC. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President. Ladies and gentlemen,
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that. For Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else, or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
Freetown.
Freetown. Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver.
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright.
The greengrocer.
The teacher.
The dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place. We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Now pass we all they pass like stranger them, but we all don't dare from them.
The new initiative of climate change, renewable energy, and food security a year ago with some clear objectives in mind. First of all, he wanted to ensure policy coherence amongst NDAs in those three areas: climate change, renewable energy, and food security, so that we can align policies with national goals and targets. We can encourage collaboration amongst the relevant actors within the MDAs, but also other stakeholders across those three areas. Second, he wanted us to mobilize international partnerships for a good reason. After wages are paid and debt is paid from our national revenues, very little is left for capital investments and long-term investments in transformation, infrastructure, energy, and so on. So he wanted us to mobilize international partnerships and resources to support the MDAs and other stakeholders to do what they do best. Thirdly, he wanted us to also join the national and international advocacy to position some of these issues so our people can understand them better, seeing the interconnection between, for example, climate resilience and food security and agricultural transformation, and in fact, globally, to position our country as a country that is ready for change, that a country that is also aligned with all these international
Hello.
nationally, so we can also be included in a number of the major international programs that we are doing development. And finally, to engage better with our international partners that are in the country, and also give them a unified message from government as to what our priorities are, and of course to support the big 5 game changers. We've tried to do that. We've just been around for a year, and through his leadership and his guidance, we've been able to build a very good collaboration with a number of ministries, particularly the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. We've been able to work together, and by doing that, we've moved faster together.
We have in the title, though, inclusive energy transition. And here in the Embassy of Ireland, we just have that concern about ensuring that we deliver energy solutions for the poorest rural households. To that end, then, we have partnered up with the private sector, with the Easy Solar, and with one of our strong partners, Trocra. And we have devised a program to deliver energy solutions to poor households.
For me as a deputy minister, I would gladly say that over the past 1 year, I have enjoyed that kind of collaborative effort with the chairman of PICREF, who is Dr. Kande Yupo. You know, the president led the delegation that was also facilitated by Dr. Yunkela to Vienna, where donor coordination effort to mobilize resources for the energy sector was observed. And as a matter of fact, a lot of pledges were made to foster renewable energy landscape in the energy sector.
I am the minister in charge of executing the president's vision in Freetown. But I've not been doing this, but to be able to advance this has been very instrumental in shaping what we've done. From the very mostly together on the strategy, formulating what the strategy is. Those forms that we came up with, the strategic interventions, they were there, identifying the production zones, setting those targets, making sure they are realistic. The other area where we've collaborated a lot is on international engagement. The difference maker really for us is having PICREF and the chairman specifically help lead the charge with the president to raise funds for what we're doing in Freetown. A key example of that was what we did in Vienna. We had been talking to the partners, they had made the commitment. We needed a forum to do this, so the chairman made that connection for us. We raised quite a lot of money, close to 840 million for both energy and food security. And finally, the chairman's passion for energy and the use of energy has been very. We've identified hubs. These hubs need critical infrastructure. We're looking forward to working even closer with them.
Energy is vital for the economy. It's vital for light at home for children to do their studies. It's important for hospitals to have reliable source of energy so they can look after the patients who are in the hospitals. And it's important for small businesses to be able to plan and run their businesses, as well as for major enterprises as well. So the UK has been working in the energy sector in Sierra Leone for quite some years now. we've got 4 primary areas where we're working. One area we spent about £20 million working in providing hospitals with solar power, particularly to enable off-grid hospitals to have energy supply 24/7 to provide essential care. It was one of our really flagship projects, setting up renewable energy, solar-powered mini-grids around the country to bring power and light to villages and communities and previously everywhere.
IPEF was an initiative by His Excellency President Bio that saw the critical role that this entity could play to coordinate the different priority sectors across the government of Sierra Leone. These areas of focus included energy, food and security, as well as climate change. These are key areas that any government that is looking to ensure sustainable development and economic growth that is going to be shared in terms of shared prosperity needs to focus on, and to ensure that there's a central unit that is able to collaborate across these entities. So the work that we've been able to do with PIPREF in our own bid to ensure that the compact is holistic, but more importantly, the compact will be sustainable, given the critical role that it will play in developing the infrastructure that is necessary for the energy sector, but more importantly, how do we then leverage that infrastructure to be able to improve food production by providing to different agricultural areas, but also how do we ensure that that infrastructure is going to be resilient through making sure that it is climate resilient.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Dr. Kande Kole Yumkela, Chairman of the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy, and Food Security, and Chair, Energy Governance Coordination Group. And Madam Kadiatu Ali, Deputy Minister 1, Ministry of Finance.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Excellency, the Vice President, Madam First Lady, Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, the Diplomatic Corps, all guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored that I'm here with my co-pilot today, the Honorable Deputy Minister 1 of Finance. Don't be surprised why we're together. If we don't fix energy, we cause problems for her. If we fix energy, she gets more revenue and the whole country prospers. Isn't that the case?
Absolutely, sir.
So we are here together, and on behalf of all our partners, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy, and many collaborators, we combined our efforts to put this dialogue together. It's our second edition. If there are any problems, let us know, we'll fix it. But the President thought it fit, given the connects everything in an economy, that he wanted regularly that we bring people together so they understand the longer term transition. We started last year. This year is our second edition. We have even more partners. We've prepared a good menu for you of a number of topics, but the central theme is from commitments to action. We want to demonstrate that some of what the President said last year we are already doing and will finish them. But we want to give you a longer term perspective where we're headed. So yes, you will see that we will launch a Just Energy Transition Plan, which he promised last year, and we put the best institutions together using data that existed here in the World Bank, in the NCC, EU, other institutions, to put a plan together. That is a 10-year plan that will help this country transition to affordable, reliable, clean energy solutions. Madam Minister, you're here with us as well.
Your Excellency, Mr. President
Honorable Ministers, kindly permit me to stand on existing food security. We must and we will leave here understanding that there is a national dialogue on climate resilience and energy transition, noting and underscoring the theme of this event as a transition from commitment to action. Access to reliable and affordable energy is always going to be a driving force of our economy and critical to our national growth. Yet we're challenged by high costs of energy that our economy must absorb and endure. These challenges cannot be sustained if our fiscal and budgetary bottom lines are to improve on a long-term basis. Our deliberations that His Excellency's government treats climate actions as top priorities. Yet, as a result of his leadership, we at the Ministry of Finance have established a committee that is tasked with leading mobilization of climate finance, both domestic and international. To achieve this, with the support from the World Bank, His Excellency's government is developing a medium-term climate finance strategy. This will further enhance our chances to access international climate finance. Additionally, the Minister of Finance has requested technical support from the IMF to develop a climate fiscal trust fund. We are expecting that by early 2025, Sierra Leone would have developed this strategy, while at the same time qualifying for grants under the RSF. Your Excellency, please now permit me to call on the Deputy Minister One of the Ministry of Energy, Dr. Eldred Tunde Taylor, to further set the scene for this occasion.
Her Excellency, Her Majesty, the First Lady, Dr. Fatima Biu. Good morning. Kindly permit me to stand on existing protocol. Your Excellency, it's an honor and a privilege for me to welcome you to the 2024 National Climate Resilience and Energy Transition Dialogue here in Freetown. Let me thank you, Your Excellency, for your presence and for dedicating your time to address some of the most pressing challenges and promising opportunities in the energy sector. Today, as we come together from different corners of the energy sector and different parts of the world, we unite around a common purpose, and that is to create a sustainable, efficient, and inclusive energy future. It is a momentous time for the energy sector
And I'm also very excited to be here with a room full of leaders, innovators, and change makers who share His Excellency's vision. This gathering with experts and stakeholders from around the globe signifies not only our shared commitment to addressing pressing energy challenges, but also our collective resolve to pave the way for a sustainable future. As we set the stage for this important dialogue on energy challenges, our current energy infrastructure is under strain with low access to reliable electricity that is impacting our development efforts. As highlighted in the recent World Bank report, access to power remains the binding constraint to growth. And as a ministry, we recognize that in order to propel our nation forward, as we must move away from the liquid fuel-based generation towards more sustainable, renewable sources of energy. Your Excellency, this dialogue is vital for our energy sector as it provides a platform for stakeholders from various sectors, including to modern energy cooking services and scaling up of mini-grids. By sharing knowledge and best practices, we can address the intertwined challenges of climate change, energy access, unemployment, and poverty. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our invaluable partnership with the Presidential Initiative for Climate Change, Renewable Energy Security by CREF. Together, we've co-designed this dialogue, ensuring that it reflects our shared vision and addresses the specific needs of Sierra Leone. This collaboration embodies the spirit of unity role in facilitating this event. Reflecting on our progress, I would like to highlight the recent investment roundtable held in Vienna that was led by you, Your Excellency. And in that roundtable, through your leadership, we were able to secure significant pledges aimed at deepening investment opportunities in the energy sector. These commitments are not just numbers on page, they represent a tangible expression of trust in Sierra Leone's potential. They signal to the world that we are ready to embrace transformation, leveraging our abundant renewable energy resources to drive sustainable growth. In the intervening month, Your Excellency, since the first Climate Resilience and Energy Transition Dialogue in 2023, I'm happy to report on several forward-thinking initiatives within the energy sector, namely, A, on the 27th September 2024, we secured a $480 million compact from the United States project, the transmission backbone in the south, the distribution and access project, and then the power sector reform. And secondly, with funding from the World Bank, we secured Deloitte Ghana as consultant for the transaction advisory services, private sector participation in EDSA, in the operations and management of the utility. Your Excellency, I'm pleased to report that Deloitte has conducted a full financial and due diligence of EDSA and subsequently launched a request for expression of interest to potential investors to express their interest in participating in the O&M concession. As the deadline for submission was on the 21st October 2024, Your Excellency, 8 of 11 was received from the various bidders, and the evaluation committee has subsequently looked at them, and we are at the final stages of identifying those that met the required criteria for them to proceed to the request for proposal, which is the next stage. Your Excellency, process introduction of new provisions and regulations of the EWRC Act to enhance broader private sector participation and operational efficiency of the Commission has also been graciously approved by you in Cabinet, and that is now in the well of Parliament for consideration. We participated in the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa, which is APRA, Investment Forum in October of this year, and presented our portfolio of investment programs, including Dodo or Goma Hydro, which is far east of Sierra Leone. To enhance energy sector operations and effectiveness, Your Excellency, we shall engage in a retreat with you at the earliest convenience so that we have a better kind of coordination as the sector moves forward. The World Bank will be hosting the regional distributed access through energy scale-up, DARES, meeting on the 6th and 7th of December this year in Freetown. And this will bring together and facilitate discussions among ministers of finance, energy, the World Bank, regional directors, country managers, energy regulators, and more from the other 7 countries. Your Excellency, as we gather here today, I am filled with optimism about the future of the energy sector. Your Excellency, you've articulated a bold vision to transition Sierra Leone to a low-carbon economy, achieve universal access to electricity, and reduce our reliance on imported heavy fuel oil. During this dialogue, we will unveil our Just Energy Transition Plan and Green Growth Investment Plan. These strategic frameworks are designed to align our energy ambitions with our nationally determined contributions and global climate goals. They will guide our transition towards 100% electrification, leveraging decentralized renewable energy solutions, ensuring that all citizens have access to clean cooking technology. The goal is to build strong coalition and partnership among local and international partners, enabling us to develop cost-effective and scalable solutions that will benefit all Sierra Leone. In closing, His Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to each of you for your presence and participation on this important dialogue. Together, let us harness our collective expertise and passion to drive energy transition in Sierra Leone. Let us affirm our commitment to sustainable development and climate resilience, not just for today, but for the future. I look forward to the discussion and insist on insight over the next 2 days. As we proceed, let us continue to foster collaboration, exchange knowledge, and inspire each other to take meaningful action towards sustainable energy transition we aim to achieve. Thank you for your belief in a brighter, more sustainable future for Sierra Leone. Together, we can navigate this journey towards an energy secure and prosperous and resilient nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister One, Ministry of Energy, for setting the tone and setting the scene. Mr. President, allow me to just elaborate a couple of points he made. You requested a complete financial audit of EDSA in March. We want to confirm to you that with the support of the World Bank and GIAP, the embedded financial advisors have completed that full, be acting on their recommendations. We also want to assure you that we know the reform for EDSA is a long process, but we want to assure you financial audit and recommendation and the new board that you've set up, the reforms will begin now, again from commitment to action. We also want to thank the World Bank for choosing Freetown over Abuja to launch the DARES program. Thank you very much to the World Bank. But in private conversations, they said, yeah, we recognize the changes the President is driving as the acting Minister of Energy. We want to reinforce it, but also to give you a challenge to even do more and move faster. So Abdi will live up to that challenge, will deliver. Thank you for choosing Sierra Leone, and you will be hosting the Dairies Lunch. And it's for 7 African countries, and it will be expanded over time. We hope that at that time as well, we will be able to do a groundbreaking for respite. At this point, allow me, we invited all the mayors from the municipalities, the mayors who were able to make it. Can you stand up for a minute? The mayors of Bo, Kenema, Putloko, Makini, Freetown. Thank you for coming. Mr. President, as you've always said, climate action is local. And in fact, your government took 2 of those mayors to Nairobi to help promote their own project, which is the Dodo hydropower project. We recognize that globally you can't have climate action without climate legislation. You can't have certain acts without parliament, and we invited the 4 chairs of energy, climate change, agriculture to come to this forum. Please stand up, honorable members of parliament. Thank you for coming. Of course, they're debating something very important, but the speaker allowed the chairs to attend. Thank you for coming. Actually, I was covering my back. They could hold me for contempt because I was one of them. So thank you for coming. We also want to assure you we have done the revision of the Energy Regulations Commissions Act, which went to Parliament. It's work that started a while back, which the Cabinet has approved, and will be laying that in Parliament. Other regulatory reforms are ongoing. At this juncture, I wish to recognize, to take the podium, our key collaborator for this forum. They are in charge of global governance, and indeed our friends at the UNDP stepped up to the podium and decided to support us. The resident coordinator
Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Julius Badabio, Your Excellency First Lady, Dr. Fatima Bio, Dr. Mohamed Drila Jallo, Chairman of the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy, and Food Security, my good brother, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of Government, Ministers of States and Deputy Ministers here present, members, it's both an honor and privilege to be here at the second high-level national dialogue on climate resilience and energy transition, CREG 2024, as we convene to address the present challenges posed by climate change. We recognize the necessity of our collective efforts to identify innovative solutions that enhance resilience and ensure a sustainable future for all. 1 year ago, October 2023, friends, development partners, and Sierra Leoneans gathered for the inaugural CREG meeting. Today, we are here in Guided for the second edition of this very important dialogue. And as we look forward to the updates from key speakers over the next 2 days at His Excellency, I'm encouraged by the preliminary briefings from my team, including significant progress. Notable amongst them include the Just Energy Transition Partnership, JETP. The green growth inevitably stimulates pertinent issues for our collective reflection as partners in development, including the private sector and CSOs, to mention but a few. These include green industrialization for climate mitigation adaptation, energy transition assets and critical minerals, climate resilient food systems, and energy transition and gender empowerment. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the transition to a green economy cannot be merely an aspiration. It is an urgent necessity. And UNDP is committed to supporting Sierra Leone on this journey towards green industrialization, which we all know will create sustainable jobs, reduce carbon emissions, and enhance adaptive capacities. By promoting green technologies and sustainable practices, we can support our small and medium processing enterprises and industries, mitigate their environmental impact, and adapt. UNDP advocates for an equitable energy transition that prioritizes the needs of the most vulnerable, including women, the elderly, children, and people with disabilities. We also recognize the critical role of minerals and renewable energy technologies in this transition. By mining practices and ensuring local communities benefit, we can pave the way for inclusive and equitable energy access for all. Food security is integral to climate resilience, and we are committed to working hand in glove with the government of Sierra Leone to promote climate resilient food systems that not only address the climate change but also enhance agricultural productivity and sustainability. Through laudable initiatives such as the Feed Salon, we look forward and partners to support innovative agricultural practices, strengthen agri value chains, and empower smallholder farmers, ensuring are robust and capable of withstanding climate shocks. Into our energy initiatives, we ultimately will ensure that women have equal opportunities to participate in and benefit from the transition to sustainable energy. 4, empowering women strengthens communities, drives innovation, and enhances the effectiveness of our climate actions. Your Excellency, Sir, UNDP assures the government and the people of Sierra Leone of our continued facilitation role in climate resilience and energy transition, and that is why we're a key partner to this particular dialogue. We are committed to mobilizing climate finance at both national and international levels, collaborating closely with the Climate Finance Unit. Additionally, we will engage with you to accelerate efforts in integrating climate adaptation and mitigation to accelerate grassroots youth-led solutions to climate change. We have also supported the establishment of weather stations across the country in collaboration with the Sierra Leone Meteorological Agency. And have empowered communities and women-led groups to develop sustainable practices such as clean cooking stoves. Through our Global Environment Facility, Small Grants Program, and Growth Accelerator, we continue to provide funding for local initiatives focused on climate change adaptation and mitigation. Our strategic partnerships with international financial institutions will further enhance our commitment to engage with key thematic areas to be discussed today and tomorrow. In conclusion, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, at the UNDP, we believe our role is to catalyze meaningful change and foster partnerships that drive progress in climate resilience and energy transition, and forge a path towards a resilient, sustainable, and equitable future for all. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good visit. Thank you.
Thank you for that statement. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, you met with the Vice President for the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet in New York. He promised to be here, and he's here. It is my privilege to
Your Excellency, the First Lady, and Your Excellency, the Vice President, everybody, good morning. All protocols observed. Thank you very much for having me here. I did indeed sit with His Excellency in New York Energy so that there's a resilient future, and make sure that that electrification is creating jobs to support economic development in the global south. In Sierra Leone, we've supported everything from to generate electricity, to working with rural women to support them use solar appliances to improve the economics of the work they do through productive use of power. And as Dr. Yumkela mentioned, we've also supported EDSA in figuring out what they need to do to perform better in partnership with the World Bank. But we want to do more, and the reason we want to feel very energized to be supporting the agenda for climate and energy in Sierra Leone. But I also want to touch on my role as the inaugural CEO of the Africa Climate Summit, which was held last year in September in Nairobi. And then in quick succession, Your Excellency and your team organized your first dialogue here in Sierra Leone, and you said you would do a few things. And I have to say I've been very impressed by the fact that you still have a platform on which to keep pushing the agenda. At the summit, we agreed, and indeed, one of those countries with an enormous amount of those solutions is Sierra Leone. Everything from minerals to hydropower to forestry, the resources are here. What they need is the right kind of climate finance, and I'm delighted to hear that there is a plan to have a climate finance unit at the Ministry of Finance. Will help harness global resources to develop Sierra Leone, not just for Sierra Leoneans, not just for the continent, and I'm sure the World Bank will be speaking more to this, and it's already been said that there will be a launch event next month of the DARES program, that under the continent's push towards renewable energy, we are supporting Mission 300, an effort to electrify over 300 million Africans with clean energy, and again do so while driving economic development. That is a critical piece of enabling our development as a continent, and by partnering together, working together, not just as the World Bank and Africa Development Bank, but the rest of us as the development community, we stand a much better chance of achieving our objective. Your Excellency, again, your leadership is helping us come together, and I hope that through this dialogue and other events, the reason we will continue as pursue all the opportunities we can to help objectives and in the process support the world on climate and energy. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I just want to complete the process of shortlisting. When we went to UK on the roadshow for ETSA, soliciting an operational concession for ETSA, we had a lot of interest, Your Excellency. We had companies from all over the world. European companies, American companies, Filipino companies, and Ugandans all over Africa, Your Excellency. And it pleases me to inform you, Your Excellency, that amongst the 11 that it is now my distinct honor, Your Excellency, to invite the Senior Investment Director for Africa 50, Mr. Anas Sharafi, to come up on stage. Africa 50, as you know, participated in the roundtable in Vienna, and they pledged to install 100 megawatts solar in Sierra Leone.
Honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning to you. Let me first say that we are very pleased to be part of this important gathering here in Freetown. This is a very important event that is going to pave way for the transformation of the energy sector to helping or contributing to filling the investment gap in infrastructure in Africa. Our founding shareholders, the African governments, of which we have 30 today, including the Republic of Sierra Leone, the African Development Bank as well, gave us the mandate to support the development of infrastructure by way of contribution of the private sector. Sierra Leone being a founding shareholder of Africa 50, we are of course, it's our duty to the vision of the country. What we do is that with the funds that were provided to us by our founding shareholders, we have, over the past 7 years, invested in 22 projects, all large-scale infrastructure, including many in the energy sector across countries, ranging from thermal power to renewable power to power transmission, and ranging from size from 100 to 450 megawatts. In addition to this, we have started mobilizing significant capital for African infrastructure. Last year, at Africa 50. Importantly, the very important thing is that most of this capital was raised from African institutional investors. This was the very institutional investors put their money, where their mouth was, and were the first to show that they supported infrastructure on the continent. And on the back of this, now we are talking to global investors across the world to join the effort. Another important, very important initiative is the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa. This is going to be a game changer in project development. As I mentioned, to effect a step change in terms of capital allocated to this early stage, AGIA is targeting $500 million specifically for supporting project development. Becoming a reality, we are now working on making it operational by early next year. And this is also something that could benefit Sierra Leone. Now, Sierra Leone has a very vast and established potential for energy, particularly renewable energy. I think we all know this by now. Hydro, solar, the needs are very substantial. Substantial amount of investment, and with government resources being constrained, we think the private sector will play a very big role in contributing to this investment. We are always excited to work with governments that have a vision and that are supportive, very supportive of private sector involvement. I think the government of Sierra Leone is showing us that it is very serious about mobilizing private capital to develop the energy sector. It's all about achieving results. As long as we don't have projects on the ground being constructed, becoming operational, we have not So our commitment is to work towards practical results in the sector. Thank you very much.
It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Bernard Hinn. The Africa 50 was also part of the Vienna Roundtable, and they pledged $90 million to Sierra Leone. A bigger round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. So they have already sent a team here to Sierra Leone, and the Honorable Minister of Finance will be signing documents with them on this trip. So thank you, sir.
President, distinguished ministers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here at CRED 2024 to represent the President of IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Thank you for inviting IFAD to be part of the new National Development Plan and the Feed Salon Initiative. No country has been able to sustain a transition out of poverty without raising agricultural productivity. Singapore is the only exception we know. We assess that in IFAD, that in some agricultural sector is 11 times more effective at reducing for more than 4 decades. The cornerstone of our mission has always been to invest in rural people, in small farmers, small entrepreneurs, in the poorest rural communities in order to create opportunities, strengthen food security, build resilience, and also develop livelihoods. About 570 million people in sub-Saharan Africa live without electricity, accounting for more than 80% of the global population. Most of them live in rural areas. The access is only around 20% in the region. Just like everyone, small-scale farmers need energy. The lack of energy services makes agriculture less productive and increases post-harvest losses, preventing the effective processing and storage of crops. This reduces farmers' incomes and keeps us in the vicious circle of food insecurity. Moreover, many farmers have no alternative than relying on burning biomass such as wood, charcoal, agricultural waste to meet energy needs, contributing to environmental degradation. As the only international financial institution solely focused on rural areas, is increasingly integrating renewable energy technologies into its operations to increase farmers' access to them and also improve production, processing, and post-harvest handling while supporting the decarbonization of food systems. In Mali, we have pioneered a combination of biodigesters and improved stoves in 5,000 rural households to convert methane from livestock into biogas and alleviate the burden on women. It's a win-win situation for both the people and the planet. In Nigeria, we have supported cassava processing centers to use organic waste to produce biofuel. This in turn powers the fryers used to produce cassava flour for export market. In Rwanda, Kenya, Ghana, Burkina, Niger, and here in Sierra Leone and many other countries, solar-powered irrigation systems promoted by IFAD-supported projects have brought prosperity investment through innovative finance mechanisms. This attracted the private sector to support renewable energy technologies for small farmers. Investing in renewable energy can also make agriculture attractive, particularly to the youth, because after all, it's a business. Before my current role, I was leading IFAD operations from Istanbul in Turkey, in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And at some point, we decided to look at our country portfolio going on and all the irrigation scheme we had, how we could really bring into them a program, a matching grant program with solar power, solar energy. The system we tried to promote included electric fence for protecting the farms, portable solar panel and fridges for pastoralists, cooperative to replace polluting fossil fuels on irrigated schemes. This investment, the panels on the land we developed for irrigation, that was a strategic investment. Because we went beyond the need of the schemes to actually set up the panel park, the solar park, to be able to generate more energy than needed, and the surplus, this not utilized power was sold, was actually put into the national grid and sold by the cooperative to the national electricity company. When we came after, we realized they were coming back to seize the opportunities that was created just because of the connecting the transformative power of energy. When we asked them why they were coming back, they were saying farming making us for bringing us back to our villages. This is what they told us. Likewise, another example under the same project, there was this cooperative that borrowed $2 million to construct a huge storage coal warehouse with the objective to actually collect all the fruit in the district and export them to Moldova, Georgia, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and so on. Then they could not operate because they could to a solar park. And after doing this, again, the same reverse migration from the cities to the village, and we saw how the number of orchards of vineyards started suddenly going up in the district, contributing to local development. So the learning here is that true resilience requires making energy available, affordable, and sustainable for all. Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, my key message here is simple. In order for agriculture to be competitive, resilient, and sustainable, it needs to be underpinned by energy reliability. Investing in a comprehensive and reliable energy supply is essential to power the agri-food system, generate employment in value chains, ensure food security, and enough opportunity to scale up engagement for sustainable growth in Sierra Leone. I stand here to reiterate our commitment to leverage learning made at the regional and global level in rural infrastructure, renewable energy technology and innovation to support the food energy nexus in Sierra Leone. On Wednesday, the Deputy Minister 1 of Finance recalled it. I will be signing with Minister Bangura of Finance and Minister Musa of Agriculture $105 million for a new livestock project financed by OFE and IPD, who will start the transformation of the livestock sector of Sierra Leone. And I would like to ensure that this will be done with a responsible approach to see how to make use of the country's allocation to invest in renewable energy and support your agenda of transforming agricultural practices to accelerate economic growth. IFAD commitment is to work alongside the government to make hunger a thing of the past and to achieve food security for all men. Today, as I'm here to reiterate that we stand with the government of Sierra Leone and with all the development partners in Sierra Leone to ensure that no one is left behind. It's the simple obligation at the heart of the 2030 agenda. Excellent organized event.
Mr. President, commitment made, action taken. IFAD pledged 90 million, but they're going to sign 105. So something must have happened. Our finance minister and agriculture minister must have done a good job. They got an increment. We hope we get increment in the energy sector as well. In addition, you showed interest in atoms for food. People thought it was for nuclear energy, but it's for agriculture and the cancer center. Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. Your Excellency, the President, Excellency, the First Lady, Excellency, the Vice President, Ministers, Members of Parliament, all protocol observed. I bring you greetings, Your Excellency, from your friend, the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Mariano Grossi. Really wanted to be with you here, but because of other engagements, he couldn't. So kindly please accept his apologies. He has requested me to represent him in this very important dialogue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you did not know, then I need to tell you that the International Atomic Energy Agency promotes atoms for peace and development. And at the moment, we work in 50 countries in Africa in helping the needs and the priorities of the countries in Africa using nuclear science and technology for social economic development. The nuclear science technology contributes to various social economic development thematic areas, including health and nutrition, food and agriculture, energy sector, We also build capacity and capability, and also we look at the areas of energy planning and energy production as well. We assist our member states in building capacity towards sustainability because we believe we have to have a critical mass in the country so that they can be able to drive this agenda. Through the technical cooperation program, Your Excellency, just to give you an example, we're able to work with your scientists in this country and be able to produce rice varieties that are resistant to drought. We're also able to boost production of cassava. And in some countries, through climate-smart agriculture practices, we're able to boost cassava production from 7 to 70 tons per hectare. This is the beauty of this technology using mutation breeding. And for your information, that food is very safe to consume as well. Your Excellency, we also look at the areas of food safety. It is not just to produce, but to make sure whatever is being produced also go in terms of quality to the table. So if you like, from farm to fork. So we look at the entire food value chain and be able to enhance food safety, manage food post-harvest losses, for example. And Your Excellency, as we go into the future, I see potential of having this technology in Sierra Leone, for example, with X-rays and E-beam, so that we can manage diseases, pests, mycotoxins, aflatoxins using this technology and be able to minimize post-harvest losses. Your Excellency, several African countries now also have decided they would like to embark on nuclear power program for obvious reasons. As you've had, 600 million people in Africa, Your Excellency, have no access to electricity. And I know it's also a major challenge here. And when a country decides, the IAEA has got the necessary tools to work with you to ensure the technology is used in a safe, secure, and peaceful purposes as well. Your Excellency, as we go into the future, there are huge development in small modular reactors. Now, these small modular reactors are very portable in terms of production. We can do up to 300 megawatts. I'm looking at the water that you've got here. With a small modular reactor, you can be able, A, to produce electricity. B, Your Excellency, we can also be able to desalinate water so that it can be used for households at the same time for agriculture as well. And all this is being done under the initiative of Atoms for Net Zero. While the one for food and agriculture, we're using it under the initiative of Atoms for Food, of which Sierra Leone has expressed interest, Your Excellency, and I will be discussing with the Minister of Agriculture of how we can be able to continue helping you in producing the necessary varieties of crops here that have got, there's a resilience, in terms of drought, and also how we can be able to manage that. But above all, how can we be able to upscale this production as well, Your Excellency? It is very important that building climate resilient is a multifaceted approach that requires partnership and collaboration, Your Excellency. Looking at all these discussions here, I think you are in the right trajectory. Have the necessary tools at the IEA on energy planning, looking of all sorts of energies. It could be hydro, it could be renewables, what we call the demand and supply, and the financial projection of energy supply as well, using these tools, and we can be able to help you, Your Excellency. As I conclude, conclude, Your Excellency, once again, as my good friend and brother Yunkela had just said, we are working very closely with you to set up your first radiotherapy center in this country, Your Excellency. I must say this, Your Excellency, I know the First Lady has been very passionate about it. Every meeting I go, she keeps on telling me, Shaukat, you have to help so that we have this nuclear medicine. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you and the entire team for demonstrating that vision and leadership. And I would like to assure you of our continued support at the IAEA. And lastly, many thanks to my good friend and brother Yunkela for an excellent job that he is doing here, Your Excellency. Thank you all for your attention, and please accept the greetings from the Director General. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Shaukat almost made me feel nostalgic to go back to Vienna. You see? But I knew, Madam First Lady, when your staff were asking me, are you sure she should be there? I didn't want to tell you what the good news would be. That therapy center you've been pushing for, fortunately with Minister of Finance, also one of the GCC countries has indicated an interest to co-finance the therapy center. Thank you, Madam First Lady, for leading that effort. It is my pleasure. There's a context here. We've been trying to get that therapy center here since 2013. The financing is there, the technical support is there. One of these days, we hope, Shaukat, before you leave, we need a timetable that we can do groundbreaking for that center. The Minister of Health would want me to convey that message to you. His team is ready to meet with you. It is my pleasure now to invite Diplomat Stefano Magucci, Deputy Executive Officer, Chief Executive Officer of Sustainable Energy for All, another Viennese Italian. Please come to the stage.
Thank you very much, Kande. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, Madam First Lady, Your Excellency Vice President, Ministers of Government, Chief Minister, all protocols observed. I'm honored to speak here today on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer and the United Nations Special Representative of the Secretary General, Damilola Ogunbi. She sends her warmest regards as we gather here to celebrate our progress, set new goals, and renew our commitment to excellence at the second annual Climate Resilience and Just Inclusive Energy Transition Dialogue. The Sierra Leone energy transition is not the task for one organization, not for one government or one industry alone. It's a collective effort. By joining forces and aligning our goals, we can harness the power of technology, collaboration, and policy to achieve cleaner energy solutions. Today at this dialogue, we aim to inspire, connect, and join forces in mobilizing the resources and partnership needed to create impact. Your Excellency, Sustainable Energy for All is here to support. We have already started to work together, but we want to do more. We like to see action on the ground. To help improve power reliability and healthcare services in close partnership with the Ministry of Health, SC4All has been implementing the Sierra Leone Healthcare Electrification Project with funding from the UK government. 6 key hospitals have been electrified with solar energy, and this project was commissioned in December 2023, with a further 12 more hospitals and 25 community health centers to be commissioned by March 2025. The benefits of these projects are already evident. The use of backup diesel generators has decreased. Electricity supply is more reliable with both medical staff and patients that are their satisfaction with the project. Moreover, at C4All we have a STEM traineeship program that aims to prepare young women for careers in the sustainable energy sector. The traineeship provides activity-based technical and soft skills training and features practical application of the skills in the context of Sierra Leone energy transition. To date, in Sierra Leone, the program has supported 23 women in STEM and energy fields across two cohorts, 2023 and 2024. Our trainees have actively participated in installing rooftop solar systems for healthcare facilities, ensuring reliable electricity supply. We had the graduation ceremony last week. It was a very enriching moment for me, and I must say the sky is the limit to the contribution of the Sierra Leone's women to the energy transition. I look here at the First Lady and all the ladies in the hallway today. I think women can be the first beneficiaries of the transition, but I wish they are also the main actors. Finally, we bring environment to unlock private investment. In 2023, we awarded Power Leone Enercity Ltd 7 mini-grids project with 1,193 electricity connections, with welfare benefits of over 10,000 people, including homes, businesses, and public institutions. So far, 2 out of 7 sites have been commissioned, and a third due in December 2024. These projects are already benefiting over 400 homes, businesses, and public institutions. And at an outcome of SC4All technical assistance and advocacy, on the 2nd of August, the Ministry of Energy and mini-grids operators signed an MOU that lays out the specific action for government to enable the growth and investment in the centralized renewable energy sector, including an approach for mini-grid tariff setting, fiscal incentive, expedited custom clearance procedures, and reduction of transaction costs for DRE projects. Esteemed guests and friends, today we mark the beginning of something extraordinary. Throughout the request of His Excellency the President, we have developed the Sierra Leone Energy Transition and Green Growth Plan, which takes a lot of economy approach across key sectors like power, transport, industry, buildings, appliances, and agriculture. The plan analyzes multiple scenarios. You will have the chance to listen to the presentation later today to assess the overall least cost pathway for different energy supply options to meet the country's future energy demand while aligning with the nationally determined contribution targets under the Paris Agreement. I would like to point out that this energy transition and green growth plan will require significant investment and development. I will give you a few examples. By 2040, achieving 100% electrification will necessitate 440 megawatts of mini-grids and grid reinforcement. By 2050, approximately 4.5 gigawatt of hydropower and solar-based grid capacity, along with 2.5 gigawatt of transmission and distribution will 2050. The low-carbon development scenario in particular demands 55% more investment compared to the business-as-usual baseline. So we have to do double as much. To ensure the successful implementation of this Green Growth Plan, I would like to call on all the development partners that are present today to rally behind the government and provide financial and technical support. As I said in the beginning, energy transition is a collective effort. And to conclude, I would like to thank the government of Sierra Leone under the stewardship of His Excellency the President for its continued partnership and unwavering commitment to providing sustainable and affordable and renewable and reliable energy to Sierra Leoneans. We will meet again in Sierra Leone. We'll be playing a key role in the implementation of this initiative. So thank you very much, and thank you, Kande, for organizing this. I will see you in December.
Your Excellency, we will now continue our goodwill messages by video. The first video will be from Power Africa. The coordinator, Ms. Let's roll the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CRECT 2024, the Climate Resilience and Energy Transition Dialogue, where words meet action. Our theme this year from CUNT is brought to you by the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change. Renewable energy and food security in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the United Nations Development Program, Sustainable Energy for All, and the Directorate of Communications in the Office of the President.
Greetings to His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President of Sierra Leone, distinguished guests, the government and the people of Sierra Leone, and to all those who have dedicated time today for this important dialogue. I'm Cullen Hughes, Acting Coordinator for Power Africa, a U.S. government-sponsored international public-private partnership to double access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm joining you today virtually at this second Climate Resilience and Energy Transition Dialogue to emphasize our commitment to supporting Sierra Leone. We understand the critical importance of addressing the country's current energy crisis. Thus, we are ready to step up our support both in the short and long term. If you haven't already engaged with our advisors through our new program named Empowering West Africa, I'd like to share 3 areas of support we will provide through the Empower program in the coming year. First, we are deploying a skilled transaction advisory team. This team will work to assist the government of Sierra Leone with procuring an emergency power solution with the intention of helping phase out Sierra Leone's reliance on car power shipping. Our goal is to help Sierra Leone transition to a more sustainable and eco-friendly solution, electricity transformation plan. Our interventions focus on helping EDSA to improve revenue collection, reduce technical losses, and bolster the financial health of the utility. Third, we are committed to providing dedicated resources to support the day-to-day operations of the Electricity Sector Steering Committee. This committee acts as a central coordination hub for Sierra Leone's energy sector. By managing logistics and strategy implementation, we aim to streamline efforts among donors and partners, ensuring that every intervention maximizes its impact. Power is an initiative that brings together the collective resources of various U.S. agencies, including the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, the U.S. Agency for International Development, as well as over 200 private sector companies. We will leverage our entire toolkit to partner with the government of Sierra Leone as it works to overcome the current energy crisis and lay the foundation for a brighter...
MCC is pleased to be launching the Sierra Leone Power Compact. The Compact's $480 million MCC funding and $14.2 million government contribution will make Sierra Leone's electricity grid climate resilient by building out grid infrastructure to withstand the future demands of a changing climate. The compact also makes Sierra Leone more renewable ready by equipping the grid with dispatch and control capabilities necessary to dramatically scale up intake of renewable energy. We are committed to this partnership, and as the compact is being mobilized, we encourage our partners to tackle the tough challenges together. The only thing worse than a carbon-based kilowatt emission to our atmosphere. Be bold, take action, leverage the steering committee to work together to bring these losses down, and know that we are right there with you. Thank you, and I hope your dialogue is productive. All the best.
Thank you very much, people. Bold was the last message. We will be bold, Mr. President. I want to get out of it. But the good news is the following. We've started working hard. We're working together. A lot of partners are ready to help because you are leading. Part of the confidence is they know the buck stops with the president. The hard reforms are yet to come. And so when we
Let's sit down. Sorry, I have my Honorable Vice President here, and Madam First Lady. Before the ministers, honorable members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic 004, development climate resilience and energy transition national dialogue. It was indeed a landmark event that attracted over 500 local, national, and international participants. That meeting brought together several stakeholders the impact of climate change in our quest to ensure access to reliable, affordable, sustainable energy for all. I welcome all our international guests for this national dialogue, especially our distinguished partners who have traveled from various countries to join us today. Unakabo, welcome to Sierra Leone. I hope you enjoy the warm international development, Africa 50, the climate compatible growth, the Clean Cooking Alliance, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Danish Energy Agency, APRA Secretariat in Denmark, FAO. Let me also recognize other institutions like Power Africa, and the MCC also sent goodwill messages to show their support for my government's energy transformation efforts. I thank you all for the climate resilience and energy transition dialogue. My government kicked off the development of a just and inclusive transition plan and green growth plan for Sierra Leone in the context of climate resilience and sustainable food systems. This plan encompasses a whole of economy approach analysis of key sectors like agriculture, transport, mining, etc., with multiple and inclusive energy transition plan and green growth plan today. And that will be done along with other concrete actions to give special impetus to our journey towards sustainable access to energy and green growth. As a nation, we are suffering from the devastating effects of climate change and grappling with the challenges of implementing the socio-economic sector that will help us mitigate its impacts. We must, therefore, reconsider how we live and work to build a resilient future. This dialogue, thus, is very important, and your presence here is not just meaningful, but also integral to our collective efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, our response to climate change cannot be separated from the issues of access to energy, food security, and economic livelihoods. In fact, one of the most effective ways to address climate change is to accelerate the shift to alternative economic livelihoods like renewables and smart agriculture, as has been discussed here by our IFAD representative. We need affordable and sustainable renewable energy to power our cities, industries, and also homes. Fortunately, Sierra Leone is endowed with multiple renewable energy sources. But of course, transitioning these resources into usable energy for domestic and commercial purposes is not only daunting, but also very costly. I remain hopeful because I know we have very good friends in and out of here. In line with our global commitments on climate change actions, Sierra Leone stands ready to build a greener and more sustainable energy future. We remain committed to moving away from heavy fuel oils and other thermal sources to a more diversified energy mix with a greater share of renewable sources. Our medium-term national development plan is anchored within the framework of 2024-2030, and renewable energy availability is one of the key drivers for delivering on the development pillar. Some of our friends here were with my team and I in June this year at the OPIC funds. Financial commitment and technical support were offered in our energy sector and our ambitious agricultural initiative on behalf of our people. Thank you for coming. Your presence further reaffirms this year's dialogue theme, from commitments to action for our people and communities. With your support, I'm convinced we will bring out affordable and sustainable energy services to our people. I remain grateful to the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy, and Food Security, PICREP, the Sustainable Energy for All program, Addressing access to modern cooking services is a critical imperative for my government. We are conscious of the dire health challenges facing our women and children as they are addressing this issue robustly. We are pleased that various have come together to partner with us in this endeavor. Furthermore, our energy ambition will not be attainable without reform for effective energy sector governance and a transformed, fit-for-purpose electricity distribution and supply agency, EXA. I have spoken about this before. Significant strides with EXA's comprehensive financial audit to ensure proper coordination and information sharing. We have established an energy governance and coordination group of key power sector stakeholders under the leadership of Dr. Kande. In the same vein, the successful signing of the MCC Compact provides a major boost to our reform efforts. We have now received renewed technical support from FCDO, GIZ, Power Africa, the Danish Energy Agency, and several other institutions. This support should reassure our collective. We have a solid pipeline of projects of about 500 megawatts to harness our hydropower and solar power potential. I'm deeply grateful for the support of key institutions, including OPEC Fund for International Development, the European Union, GEF, APRA, and ARENA, JICA, and others in assisting us in developing in isolation. It requires collaboration between governments, development partners, the private sector, and civil society. A key component of our transition plan is to ensure that no one is left behind. The transition must lift communities to make the bold decisions that will secure a prosperous, sustainable future for all. Co-chairs, distinguished guest partners, ladies and gentlemen, my government's second-term mandate is driven by the commitments made in our medium-term national development plan, which focus on big 5 game changers. Energy is, however, the best to serve as anchors for an energy transition, lasting transformation, poverty reduction, and resilience. In short, access to sustainable, affordable energy is the thread that binds and is the catalyst for achieving to strengthen energy security and drive economic growth. Our development success is anchored on securing the necessary funding to implement the concrete actions articulated in the plan. Our journey towards the future is not its community, civil society organizations to join us in realizing this ambitious vision of sustainable access to energy in Sierra Leone. The road ahead may not be smooth, but with collaboration and unwavering resolve, we can and we will surmount the challenges ahead. We have pledged thank you all for your steadfast commitment to transform the energy sector. As I close, I want to thank the convener of this all-important national dialogue, the Presidential Initiative for Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Security, and the co-organizers global support to implement our government vision. Global support to implement our government vision. You are fruitful deliberations. I look forward to a workable solution to move from commitments to action in our energy sector for our people and communities to support sustainable economic.
Excellency. Hello. Your Excellency, we have one more ceremony before you leave us. We are asking, I beg your pardon, sir, the mic was not working. If you could do us the honor just to come back, my apologies. We need to hand over some documents to you. The Vice President will be taking over from you now. But we ask Dr. Eldred Taylor to come on stage, please. Dr. Eldred Taylor, Green Growth Plan. The Vice President will be launching it later, but Dr. Taylor will formally present all documents to you. We also have an action plan for the accelerated partnership for renewables in Africa, also there. All of these will be launched by the Vice President. President, after you leave. Thank you, sir, for your support and leadership. We'll continue to do our best. Stefano, you want to come forward on the other side of the President? Madam Minister, please.
And then in addition, Your Excellency, we also have the Energy Transition Green Road Plan also.
Thank you, sir. Pressing issues, and His Excellency the Vice President will be chairing the commitment session. So we'll stand up for the national anthem so that the President can have his exit. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. National anthem. We wish to invite His Excellency the Vice President to the stage.
Our transformation partners to come on up the stage and then make their commitments. First up is His Excellency the Ambassador Brian David Hunt, Ambassador of the United States to the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the Vice President of Sierra Leone, the Chairman of the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers of Government, Honorable Members of Parliament, Mayors, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps in the United States and Sierra Leone that is building a modern, reliable energy sector. As many of you know, in September we celebrated a significant milestone with the signing of a $480 million compact under the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which combined with a $14.2 million contribution from the government of Sierra Leone will refurbish, expand, and reform Sierra Leone's power transmission and distribution infrastructure. It encompasses investments in capital projects such as the essential modernization and expansion of the outdated and insufficient distribution and transmission networks, construction of the Southern Transmission Corridor that will open up the country's east and south to power grid connectivity, and operationalization of dispatch and control centers, as well as the enhancement of institutional capacities and support for policy reforms to ensure sustainability and the long-term viability of the network to meet the demands of both urban and rural communities. Beyond the MCC Compact, I am particularly excited by the support that the United States has been able to provide for the ongoing construction of the Western Area Power Generation Project, renamed the Nant Energy Project, which is supported by $412 million in financing and political risk insurance from the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. This gas-to-power plant, the groundbreaking of which I was honored to attend with His Excellency the President and Her Excellency the First Lady earlier this year, is set to nearly double Sierra Leone's power generation capacity upon completion of its 36-month construction timeline. While our MCC and DFC capital improvement projects encompass longer-term civil engineering works, the United States is acutely aware of the need for more immediate action. For this reason, we have agreed to provide targeted assistance through USAID initiative and its Empower West Africa program, with the aim of providing short-term relief from the high cost and unreliability of current power solutions. To that end, the Empower West Africa program is assisting the government with the procurement of a new cost-effective private sector emergency power generation solution for the country through an open and competitive process, one that will move us away from dependence on the car power ship. To address off-grid needs, the United States will bring solar power and digital connectivity to an additional 100 health facilities, improving access to reliable electricity for critical health services in particularly remote areas. By leveraging private sector expertise and innovation, we can accelerate progress towards a reliable energy supply. However, this approach must be complemented by a strong commitment from all Sierra Leonean stakeholders to reform the energy sector. It is essential that we work together to foster an environment where cost recovery for supplied electricity is not just an aspiration, but a reality. The ultimate success of our partnership hinges on the implementation of a strong regulatory framework which increases accountability and efficiency. Similarly, its ultimate development impact hinges on the continued adoption and implementation of business-friendly economic reforms, control of corruption, sustained investment in human capital, and forward progress on strengthening democratic institutions and reforming the nation's electoral system. Continued emphasis in these areas, including full implementation of the Agreement for National Unity and the recommendations contained in the Tripartite Committee's final report, will not only sustain the nation's eligibility for MCC assistance over that project's lifespan, but also create the baseline conditions necessary for foreign and domestic investors to have the political and economic confidence to make maximum use of the expanded energy grid to grow their operations in Sierra Leone. We envision a future where all Sierra Leoneans have access to affordable, reliable electricity, driving economic growth and improving quality of life. Together, through these significant investments and necessary reforms, we can pave the way for a more prosperous, democratic, and healthy future for all Sierra Leoneans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Hunt. We will now call on Her Excellency Josephine Goh, the British High Commissioner to the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Your Excellency Vice President, Madam First Lady, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on existing protocols. And apologise, I've left my glasses at home, so if I can't read my notes, just please bear with me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk today on this very important issue. I think, as you will all be very much aware, Sierra Leone suffers from particular vulnerabilities when facing the climate change we are experiencing globally. From changes to the ocean temperatures, changing in seasonal rainfall, all of this can have an impact on the important food security agenda. But with innovation in the renewable sectors that are developing on a daily basis, and with Sierra Leone's special climate, I think you're very well placed to be able to capitalise on the opportunities in the energy transition. The UK recognises the central importance of energy in a modern economy, as well as in the daily lives of everyone, from charging your phone, being able to study, to being able to cook safely. And the UK has been heavily involved in the energy sector here in Sierra Leone for a number of years now, and we intend to continue to focus on it in the years ahead. We've spent £29 million on helping to upgrade the transmission line and the substations linking Bo and Kenema to benefit from reliable and competitively priced power. We've also contributed £38 million to developing the mini-grids market, and we're delighted that other partners are now also supporting this approach. And one of the other aspects we've been working on, which has already been mentioned, is £20 million in installing solar systems in Sierra Leone's largest hospitals. 7 of these are now up and running, and a further 11 are due to come into operation in the next few months. Right. And a really effective EDSA is going to be a key is key to that. So we're working with EDSA on a range of issues, for example, on checking the power usage and payments from the large consumers. And we're aligning the collection of those payments into a single collection account. A better and ensure the level of service that Sierra Leoneans need, setting in affordable prices which will allow for sustainability and investment in the sector. All of these are going to be important in the years ahead as the sector develops. The UK is looking forward to continuing this dialogue on how we can best play a role in accompanying Sierra Leone on this journey. Thank you.
Yes, Ambassador of the Republic of Germany to Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam Minister. To the Vice President, Madam First Lady, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. May I first of all congratulate the head of the press. I think that energy, climate change, and sustainable agriculture. And this is something which also was clearly mentioned at the Sierra Leone German intergovernmental consultations last Thursday, where energy development, a joint program developed with the Netherlands, the Norwegian and the Swiss government, for over 20 years to build a more specific Sierra Leonean program which will support our two major cooperation pillars, which are health on one side and sustainable economic development on the other side. And in this regard, Germany, because one of the theme today is from commitment to action. We actually our African partners in this regard. We want to have a positive climate answer to the challenges of today. African countries, and Sierra Leone in particular, has the potential to leapfrog outdated technologies and deploy directly into renewables. We all know factory close to Bo in Baoma, and we are looking forward the investors to set up the second phase. And I think this underlines once again that private initiatives, private capital is key, and therefore we need an enabling environment. And because it's, as I said, commitment to action, I'm happy to announce that my government is about to deploy an expert into the presidential initiative to work on climate financing, to get private capital in APRA is at the heart, at the core of our investments. Together with the Danish government, we will continue to support, and I'm sure that during COP29 there will be events which show again our support. And I congratulate, APRA is very successful, Sierra Leone is at its top, and as the investment conference in Nairobi it's 2 weeks ago, just mentioned, we have the interest of private financing to come here. And I'm very happy to see that C4O, that other initiatives are already committing their money. And I can only continue saying that Germany stays committed in supporting the development of renewable energies in Sierra Leone.
The ambassador, His Excellency Adrian Fitzpatrick, Ambassador of Ireland to the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Everybody, Madam First Lady, Vice President John, ministers, members of Parliament, private sector, civil society actors, allow me to work on existence vision, the huge energy that is there now that the government are putting behind delivering energy solutions right across the country. I didn't make the conference last year, but it's just fantastic to hear today the amount that has been achieved over the past year. Our contribution in this sector, it's relatively modest. When I hear of our American colleagues, when I hear of EFAD, the International Energy Agency, so many people bring so much, and everybody is needed, I think, in making the transition that is so badly needed here. In the Irish Embassy, we sat with some of our partners last year. We sat with the private sector, and we sat with civil society. But I think one of the more challenging parts of that is rural energy and getting energy to rural households. Expanding the grid and working with microgrids, that's a good way to go. But we started looking at delivering household energy systems. We've done a number of pilots, covered a number of communities per month for providing a good energy system. So far we've lit up 5 communities. In the immediate future now, we're looking at lighting up an entire district. So in 2025 we want to go north. We're working with our colleagues in Cambia, and we want to bring an energy solution, a household energy system to every household in Cambia. By the end of 2025. So I'm looking forward to be back here next year and to say we have delivered on that. We think we can use our model to light up all of Sierra Leone. So I'd hope to come back next year and report that we have lit up Cambia, but then I'd also like to come back and report that we also have the plan, we're well on the way to lighting up all of Sierra Leone. And ideally I think we should be doing that by 2030. It's a tier 1 energy solution. It'll give you basic lighting. It'll allow you to charge your phones. It will deliver a radio as well. It's modest enough, but I think it's time that people stop living this country. And my country is going to be part of that process. Our investment is modest, as I said from the outset, serious progress over 2025, and in the spirit of this conference, yes, I'd hope to be back here next year to report on real action and real deliverables. Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Abdul Mwanji, the World Bank country rep for Sierra Leone.
Your Excellency, Vice President, pleasure to join Kande Yunkela and the team. Congratulations for the second dialogue on climate resilience and the energy transition. You've done a fantastic job. You deserve a big round of applause. Your Excellency Vice President, my apology after my deliberations because today we are having the decision review meeting of the budget support operation energy is part of, and to be starting at the Kande Yunkela, for me I think I see one, we are beginning to have a real conversation in terms of convening the power. And again, thanks to you, because it's convening the power, convening the resources, and the dialogue across different stakeholders that we are going to move in one direction. The second point really is we need to remain accountable, and I think a platform like this one will hold all of us accountable, which in turn means that whatever we say here, we have to be measurable, we have to be held to measure. So your responsibility really help us remain accountable, and in turn, can you create a framework where we measure whatever we say from here? That's commitment to action. You said it. I would like just to pick up on a few things that I would like to share. Innovations which I think are happening across the country, across a wide range of areas. If you go to Kailawun, there is a young man who uses cocoa kernels to generate power, and is creating jobs for more than 50 women in the village, from the process of making bar soap to cooking oil, but he's transforming and he's using the kernels out of cocoa to really generate power. Then you move across to Lion Mountain in Makeni, who, out of resilience and ingenuity, we are able to prefabricate a boiler that uses rice husks to generate power in order to parboil rice. That's all part of your story of resilience. Then you move to a lady in Kareni called Haja, working with poor women farmers on doing smart agriculture by multiplying the seedlings from cassava across many farmers, of course with the support of paramount chiefs who have given land. Then we have innovations of people who are using sewer waste to make briquettes as a way of providing alternatives for cooking. And we have a young group of entrepreneurs who are making solar stoves. Not forgetting Usman from Kono, who is doing smart irrigation as we speak. I can go on and on and on. But the reason I mention this discussion, again, one recommendation for you, Kande and the team, is that this conversation should go beyond the national level. I want to see this conversation start from the grassroots. Let's build a database of these examples of change makers, which are quite many. There are quite many, and I think for me, we can bring them together in another forum. They share their stories, but the view should be to replicate. These people need support. These innovators need support, and they need a platform. And I think that will be a huge opportunity for us to move forward on that. The other key point I wanted to share along the lines of really getting the innovators to have a voice is that the World Bank, we are playing a convening role, and I don't want to go through that whole range of different interventions. We are working closely with the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Finance to highlight one specific intervention that our leadership has come up with to electrify 300 million people across Africa by 2030. Sierra Leone will be part of the AM300 Compact, and the only way we'll get there is by putting pen to action, commitment to action. The reforms being supported through the budget support across policy, institutional and regulatory reforms across the wide range of the sector are a testament that we will get there. The investments we are doing across the different opportunities of solar harnessing, the efforts to electrify schools and hospitals are all in the same spirit, not forgetting efforts on clean cooking. So I would just like to stop here and say thank you very much, Kande Yunkela and your team. I think I will pick up on the concluding remarks made by Power Africa that we will leverage our entire toolkit. I mean, not World Bank, but I think all the stakeholders who are presented, leveraging our entire toolkit will go a long way towards contributing to Sierra Leone's sustainable energy solutions. Thank you so much, and I'll be back in the afternoon. Please, let's get the voices of the innovators heard, and let us take this dialogue to the grassroots. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul. We'll now call on the representative from ARENA and APRA.
Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Her Excellency, Madam First Lady, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocol reserved. It's a honor and a pleasure for me to be here at this very important climate resilience and energy transition dialogue on the behalf of the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, Mr. Francesco Lacamera, who really conveys his gratitude for extending the invitation to IRENA and also sends his best wishes for successful deliberation. So before speaking about APRA, let me say just a few words about IRENA. So IRENA is a global lead agency for the energy transformation that serves as platform for international cooperation. It supports countries and provides reliable data and analysis on technology, innovation, policy, and finance and investment. IRENA has 170 members so far, and it's really support the countries by helping them to achieve their priorities. So coming back to APRA, the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Africa, it was launched at the COP28 in Dubai, building on the outcomes of the Nairobi Declaration, which calls for action, as well as the outcome of the global stocktake, which is also key outcomes for the last COP in Dubai. So the aim of APRA is to help countries with ambitious and clear targets for renewables to improve their energy access, to boost the green industrialization, and also to improve the overall resilience of their societies. How will APRA support the countries to achieve those goals? First of all, by mobilizing finance. The second pillar is to support to boost the engagement of the private sector, and the third one is to develop the skills, both individual and societal. So by mobilizing finance, the second pillar is to support to boost the engagement of the private sector, and the third one is to develop the skills, both individual and societal. So philanthropies and other technical institutions that are supporting us, such as who was with us in the morning, Rockefeller Brothers Funds, and so on. So the secretariat is hosted by IRENA. I'm just insisting on that.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited. And
they have high impact and they seek for funding. But they gather interest from few partners, such as the OPEC Fund, the Impact Aid, and that engagement was facilitated through the IRENA Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform, ETAF, as well as $1 million to support 1.5 gigawatt of renewable energy project worldwide. So, although both projects have they show strong investment potential, they require further preparation to reach the full investment readiness. In that regard, as APRA Secretariat, together with our host institution, of course, so implementation of the National Action Plan, APRA Action Plan of Sierra Leone, through the effort of the partnership itself, as well as by bringing in more partners who can support specific activities, and also by using IRENA's own technical expertise, because we know that it has a thematic focus, which is really the promotion of renewable energy. I think the colleagues from the Danish Energy Agency will build a bit on that today or tomorrow during the thematic discussions. Furthermore, IRENA is ready to support the preparation of the two projects, the Bombuna and the Dodoma project, by providing the technical expertise and facilitating the right partnership to lower the risk profile of those projects. And also, we will try to explore the no-risk funding options as well as any additional funding avenue that may be required. So basically, I would like to conclude by highlighting the fact that APRA is a transformative partnership that has the potential not only to reshape the renewable energy landscape in Africa, but also to serve as a blueprint for global cooperation and development. It's a kind of a testament that what can be achieved when nations and organizations, they unite under a common goal, which is the fast-tracked deployment of renewable energy to drive sustainable development. So together, we'll make things happen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now we will call on Carl Christian Muke Nelson, the Director for the Center for Global Cooperation. The Danish government, my apologies, Danish government. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Madam First Lady, Honorable Ministers, dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, please let me stand on existing protocol. It is technical assistance support activity towards the Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority of Sierra Leone, EDSA. With this activity, we hope to contribute to the transformative pathway Sierra Leone has embarked on, and in a very tangible way by training and empowering EDSA people, both the colleagues in the offices and technicians doing maintenance out in the field, help the critical energy supply situation in Sierra Leone. The letter of intent included cooperation of a €2 million program for early childhood education through UNICEF and the €3 million grant for green energy projects facilitated through the European Union. I'm happy to report that currently these two programs are under formulation. Finally, I would like to thank His Excellency, the President, for the opportunity to be here and recall the successful meeting with the Danish Minister for Development, Cooperation and Global Climate Policy, Mr. Dan Jorgensen, to Sierra Leone last year. This visit laid the foundation for the very close cooperation and dialogue within the energy sector between Denmark and Sierra Leone. And we at the Danish Energy well-being, prosperity, and not least full-fledged access to abundant, affordable, and sustainable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Danish government. Now I would like to call on
His Excellency, Deputy President of Sierra Leone, and Her Excellency, Madam First Lady, ladies and gentlemen, our chairman, as a company, we're excited about the opportunities of Sierra Leone, and we pledge our African experience our expertise in the development of sustainable and futuristic infrastructure solutions to support the Sierra Leone government in the development of integrated and connected sustainable energy and water infrastructure solutions. And we're pledging 3 things. Firstly, is the National Integrated Master Plans to develop a sustainable energy mix, transfers of water and wastewater treatment, solutions for sustainable water infrastructure and supply. Thirdly, is project packaging to unlock projects, to enable investment. We find that there's a lot of projects, and the biggest problem that the project developers have is that they're not well packaged, therefore they're not able to attract the right investment. So we provide those solutions to the government. And lastly is blended finance solutions through aggregating international grants funding and investments to unlock projects and improve on the viability. Our objective really as a company is to stimulate the economic development and job creation for the people of Sierra Leone. I thank you.
From the Global Electric Cooking Coalition, Ms. Butterfield, please.
Your Excellency, Vice President, and Your Excellency, Madam First Lady, and to honoured guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I join you in this warm and welcoming country. I feel deeply privileged and very honoured to be with you here today. At the International Energy Agency Summit in Paris, to complement these existing activities and working in collaboration with the Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security, the Global Electric Cooking Coalition, GECCO, has developed a $5 million e-cooking scale and support initiative for Sierra Leone. We're pleased to receive the interest of the Middle East Green Initiative's Forward 7 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to enhance this collaboration. And this e-cooking scale and support initiative to sustainable, safe collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we'll call on Senior Investment Director.
So I will be on. We will work with private sector partners and commit capital and also our own internal, be very active involved to act as a bridge, a facilitator between the public sector, the government, who are our stakeholders, and the private sector with whom we work all the time, and in that way fast-track the implementation of projects. The second way, which we intend to support the sector, is by financing construction, particularly equity. Every dollar that is spent on early stage project development will typically unlock about $20 in capital to fund construction once the projects reach that stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for all our partners who have made commitments. As you can see, very brief, very action-oriented. As the representative of the World Bank area, we need leadership on. You just heard a $5 million announcement for clean cooking, but we need much more. In many countries, when we talk about clean cooking, they say, oh, it's the woman's issue. No, it's a national development issue. Most of sub-Saharan Africa, 80 to 85% of the population still use charcoal and firewood. Take West Africa. Ghana is the most electrified, 85, 87% electrified. Still uses charcoal, 80% still uses charcoal and firewood for cooking. To change that, you need big investments, pipelines to move the gas. If you're going to use gas, or power grids that can give you that clean energy for cooking. And so the other commitment we have, Mr. Vice President, is a commitment for leadership. And we're trying to mobilize presidents around the world to back us with real money. And President Bio was in Paris in May, where we got a $4.2 billion pledge supported by the EU, France, many countries. But locally, we need the same kind of mobilization and support. And so who else can we find than a global icon, a champion of women and children, to help us mobilize locally and internationally to bring that big investment? We're laying the foundation. This afternoon, the World Bank will present our first action plan towards clean cooking investments in the country that will become a strategy. But we asked Madam First Lady, she was going to do it this afternoon. We said, no, can you do it this morning? We have more of the people here. Commitment of leadership. Your Excellency, we know you just came back, you're exhausted, but when it's a woman's issue or a development issue, you always say yes. So forgive me for being too obstinate and insisting that you stay, but we need your commitment. You have the stage, Madam.
Thank you. Our Chairperson, Dr. Haji Kande Kolayunkela, the Honorable Vice President, Dr. Mohammed Julde Jallo, my dear brother, distinguished guests, members of the Port Estate, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. I am very pleased to be part of this big and important event organized to bring solutions to our energy solutions in our nation, Sierra Leone. There can be no better time than now for hosting such national engagement for the following reason. First, the Millennium Challenge Corporations, which has been identified as one of the major drivers of the solutions to transform all potentials necessary for our development transformation, be it in agriculture, economic diversification, manufacturing, education, health, communication, innovation, to name but the few sectors that urgently need energy. The second and very crucial is the appointment of Dr. Kande Kolayunkela to join His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Madabio, Dr. Julius Madabio Steve. I don't know whether this is a sign. In just under 2 years of his appointment, we have in our energy situations so that we can put the issue of energy crisis behind us. The topic for discussion is clean cooking is centered around something that is very critical in the lives of our women and girls. So if you see me in this national engagement and you may be wondering why and what is our First Lady doing in an energy conference, your doubt will soon be clear. Clean cooking is all about healthier living. Let us just reflect on the way our food are prepared in our rural areas and some deprived communities in our urban settings. Made about the smoke and its effect on our lungs, eyes, skin, and other sicknesses we derive from the ways and processes of cooking. They are just overwhelming. Another important aspect about clean cooking is the environmental stewardship theory. The firewood, charcoal, mangroves are obtained into our environment. Deforestation, coastal erosion, global warming, and our vulnerability to environmental disasters are just a few to name. Furthermore, clean cooking is about empowering communities. Investment, awareness, and other benefits in the areas of employment, income generation by reducing indoor air pollution, which disproportionately affect women and girls in our part of the world called developing region or countries. Environmentally also, it is a win for us all because cleaner methods like solar, electric, or efficient biomass so reduce deforestation and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Even more important about clean cooking is that It is a step forward towards equity. It can save time and labor, gives more opportunities to especially women and girls for education, work, and personal growth. This session might be bringing. However, if my suggestions coincide with what you have at hand, then we are all just on the same page. First and foremost, it is to deepen research in the subject matter, for us to know, to understand, and appreciate the available and additional knowledge that is within clean cooking. Second, is to use the knowledge and information from research to sensitize our population using facts about the benefits and the dangers of not embracing clean cooking. Another suggestion I would want to advance is to encourage deliberate investment in clean cooking. This is where we need the private sector to come in, and not just for the profit, but to support the nation in bringing solutions to our hazardous ways of sustaining. I take my seat and allow the presenters and everybody here to think about what we have said here, including me mistaking Julia Jallo as the president. Come on, you can smile or laugh. There is no crime. Let me reiterate and call it a fuel for thought, which we can use to spark a change in our country. Clean cooking is about reducing health risks, safeguarding our planet, and about empowering people, especially our women and children. Our efforts on the mainstream issue for women and girls empowerment in the areas of protection, empowerment and promotion of equality should be merged by issues like these for sustainability. Furthermore, I want to thank you and your team for showing our country's readiness and preparedness for the implementation of the MCC. So everybody who have attended here and participated, please do justice to the session as we are eager. I just want my women to have the best possible way of cooking our food, and at the same time utilize that opportunity to make something for themselves and for their community. I'm grateful to Dr. Kande Kole-Yunkela for inviting me to be part of this important program, and I want to say I doff my heart to you, and you know I'm a big fan. Thank you also very much for your attention. May God bless you.
Engineer for clean cooking and an investment officer as well. Just give us 5 minutes. The Vice President is going to thank our contributors for us. And we know, VP, you are scheduled for your major speech tomorrow, but again, I implore you, sir, to thank our commitment partners, and then we'll have a group photo and we'll launch the various policy instruments.
Well, thank you very much. First, Madam First Lady, honorable ministers, development partners, my task here is very short. I want, on behalf of His Excellency the President, the government and the people of Sierra Leone, to thank you for your commitment and also for the renewed commitment you have made here to support energy transition in this country. We also want to thank all those delegates who flew far away to come to Sierra Leone to be part of this very important dialogue process. We want, on behalf of the President and government, to thank them. Additionally, I also want to take the opportunity to thank Her Excellency the First Lady for what she has just said. We know her passion. We also know our energy level, and we are very happy he's going to dedicate and supply some energy to clean cooking as well. And I'm sure that is something we are going to see her do and run across this country. On the final note, I also want to thank Dr. Kande Yumkela and his team, and also the associated ministries for delivering such a wonderful and high-level energy dialogue series. We want to thank all of you and the participants for making us proud and be part of such a fantastic event. Thank you, Dr. Yumkela.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. One last task is that we're asking the Vice President and Madam First Lady to be in the middle here, and our partners will join them, and the VP will launch all our policy instruments, the Green Growth Plan, the Strategic Plan, the Innovation. Please, Madam Minister, join in. Eldred, come in front. Minister of Energy. Please come in front. Now I have to be a conductor. Eldred, please come in front, sir. Please join us.
Of course, now the person who in charge when Alaji Dr. Kenema Yumkela.
Just to make sure that we are.
Of course, they're in charge of that particular section there. Under the office of the president,
and our partners,
and this one, of course, is a talk about.
So please go towards that door up there.
Of course, they tell you how we go able for transform with energy. So the plan, you're not going able for do them alone, unless you get partner them. Unless you get partner them, we for join we for able for do that. And energy business involve a lot of money. When you talk about money, it involve a lot of money, and salon we alone. Salon we alone, how to not get money. So Dr. Kenema Yumkela, under the energy sector, bring people and come together, partner them who can support we in terms of the energy plan. And the plan, obviously, now for We will forget is sustainable energy, the kind of energy we will use, we will make, we left for the cut stick na bush for burn coal, so that we will for transform, get another way, we will get clean energy. We will make, we not cut all and tick them, we know and bog.
Place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from them. come here and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path, a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the Slbc brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the Slbc for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the Slbc. Constructive Nationalism on the Slbc.
Famulem, the best margarine butter and the best mayonnaise don't reach Natal now. When a Jadida butter and Jadida mayonnaise. Jadida butter and Jadida mayonnaise easy for rub na bread and so is sweet na mouth. It good for the family and it nice for make cake. You when you look for butter for do anything wey concern butter, Jadida butter na the best. Jadida butter they na all them shop and supermarket for sale. But if you want plenty, go na Amoba Trading Company na number 3 Sani Abacha Street or